Can I start now? Hi. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Women in Transport Dialogue. It's such an exciting morning to have all of you joining us for this conversation. I know most of you had to wake up very early in the morning to be able to join this exciting conversation, and I'm excited to have you here. So I would like to welcome a couple of people this morning in terms of our dialogue. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Transport who is joining us this morning, Medical Lady Magati, the Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration as well, who is joining us today, Ms. Cindy Siwe-Chikunga, the Executive Committee of the Department of Transport, who is joining us here, the executive from UN Women, the representatives from Cross-Border Road Transportation Agency, UN Women executives, representatives as well, the executives from TITA, Training, Education Authority that we have, African Women in Supply Chain Association, Transnet, the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and the Commercial Transport Academy. And I would like to also welcome you all as participants, the women organizations that have joined us this morning, the colleagues and all the, the industry bodies that are part of this conversation. Welcome to you, welcome to everyone. But again, I want to emphasize it is August, so I'm very excited about this. We still really celebrating August month. We are celebrating the Women's Month. I have to say, Happy Women's Month to all of you in Bokodos. Let us celebrate ourselves. Let us ensure that we make a difference. Let us ensure that we don't doubt ourselves. This is our time. Let us ensure that we get included in all that is happening in our country, and let us acknowledge and lift each other up. Let me introduce myself. Let me not be rude whilst introducing all the other organizations. I have an easy job today. My name is Lebo Letswalo. I'm a supply chain coach. I'm a global supply chain expert. And this morning, like I said, I have a very easy role. For me is to ask the questions. I am here to moderate. I'm a program director for the session today. And I will ensure that we have the best solutions that are needed by our country, specifically from all our speakers this morning. So that is me. But before we even kick off with the full conversation, I want us to really start looking at our rules of an engagement today. If we can just go through them. I think one, from the rules of engagement, which is very exciting, these are conversations. Remember that it's not a one-way discussion that we are having. So I would really like to ensure that you are aware that right now, in terms of streaming, we are on Facebook. As it is now, we are on YouTube channel as well. So for any reason, if you get disconnected from this session, make sure that you can connect via some of those social pages. And remember, it's reigniting and changing the narratives and how we include the women in the transport sector. Remember as well that the webinar will be recorded and we'll be able to share the link to all the best conversations that we are having today. And we invite you to comment, ask questions. As participants, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you are saying. We want to hear what your view is around the transport sector. If you have solutions or you want to recommend anything, please put it out there. And we will ensure that any questions that we have, we will address them. Whichever that we cannot, we'll ensure that afterwards, as part of our continuing conversation, we address those. And we also urge you to focus on the social media platforms of UN Women, of CBRTA, of AWISCA, of SingPoint, of Department of Transport, and all the organizations that I have indicated there. We have our Twitter hashtag handle and all the social pages, social media pages. It's hashtag supply chain, hashtag the supply chain coach, hashtag AWISCA, hashtag SingPoint, hashtag women in empowerment coach, hashtag women in Africa, women procurement opportunities, women in transportation, hashtag transportation is women, which is more important. Let's have that hashtag. Transportation is women in all of our social media pages. If you have any other additional question, post the discussion that you are having today. Please make sure that you address them to mentorship@awiska.org and mentorship@singpoint.co.za. So those are the house rules that I can place. Well, we are operating from our houses right now, so which is good. I can say those are the house rules. So let's go through the agenda now. I will just remind you as we go through the agenda again that our theme for today is reigniting and changing the narrative. Economic inclusivity of women in the transport sector. We have a very jam-packed conversations today in terms of our agenda. We will be getting a lot of insight from UN Women in terms of gender diversity in the transport sector and their drive in ensuring that they make changes and they support the country in achieving all this inclusivity that we want for the country. And we will be speaking around mentorship and coaching, and our Deputy Minister of Transport will give us a keynote address, and we will also focus on transformation and women inclusivity in the transport sector, coming from the Transport Education and Training Authority, and we're going to have 2 panel discussions. These are really more conversations which are solution-driven colleagues. One from Transnet, another one that is coming from the aviation sector as well. And we will also look at how we demystify the gender bias. How do we get the women on the driver's seat, either in the corporate sector or as business women out there that are driving their transport businesses? And we will want to understand as well cross-border industry opportunities. How do we tap into those? And we will allow you to ask more and more questions, and we will really make sure that this agenda, colleagues, is solution-driven rather than the talk show. I think most of you have already attended the sessions that speaks to women inclusivity out there, and I know I've had a lot of feedback saying that this is all talk show. And I think the mandate that also the Deputy Minister has said to us that, listen, I want solutions. I don't want any talk shop around it. And I'm very excited to tell you now, be excited with me that we are providing solutions to yourself. All right, so we can kick off now. If you look at the agenda now, we're gonna be focusing now with getting onto the business. I would really like to set the scene for everyone around what we're talking about the transport sector, because transport sector is huge. A lot of people say, if you're talking about transport, they ask a lot of questions. Lebo, what are you talking about? So I just want to set the scene before we even start with the discussion this morning. All right. The past few years, we have, as a country, and currently where we are now, I think we're celebrating 26 years already of democracy. We still have good stories to tell, but at the same time, those stories are mirrored by a lot of challenges in the country in terms of how we build our people, how do we ensure that we're driving entrepreneurship in our country. And we have also realized that the world has suffered tremendously for the past few months since the era of COVID-19. And we've seen that our country, specifically South Africa, in terms of the GDP, and look at our country, we're still shredding a lot of jobs at an alarming rate. There's a lot of retrenchment as well that is happening. So our growth rate has basically just dropped due to all these factors. But I want to also touch on a very important aspect around the challenges that are still lying ahead for us as women. One, which is gender-based violence. I'm not going to tap more into that because this will be addressed by the other colleagues. But the goals and outcomes of the policy on gender-based violence, it's still not becoming fruitful because of the events that we are seeing in our country. So how does that also impact our sector? Let's now start understanding our sector, that it still remains the pillar for other subsectors in our country. I don't know if you know that we are driven by 10 subsectors that are driving our GDP in our country. So transport sector is in fact one of those. It remains to be a pillar for the country. And where we are in terms of the challenge is that there is minimal inclusion of women as entrepreneurs also as recognized professionals. So the question is that with all the policies, why are we still witnessing that in our country? Because it's still a challenge that we are seeing. We want to see a lot of changes that are happening. But let me indulge you now around the transport sector. I've got, I think, 5 factors that I want everyone to put in their head in terms of the transportation. Transportation currently, the transport industry, like I said, is a key sector that keeps South African economy machinery running. At this point in time, it is contributing, I think, an average of 9%. That's what it has been contributing to the GDP of our country. And we know that there's a lot of transformation that needs to happen in terms of public transport safety, accessibility, and affordability as well in terms of the country. And the question also that I would want you to know as well, the one point that I want everyone to understand as well, is that the transport sector is driven by 5 modes. So the discussion today, colleagues, is around road, rail, maritime, aviation. What else did I leave out? Road, rail, maritime, aviation, and looks like my mind just went blank. I know everyone is just laughing at me now. And when we are really just driven by 8 subsectors, which are in the road freight, the freight handling, the aerospace, the road, the taxi, the maritime, forwarding and handling, and the rail. So you can already start thinking around it that these 8 subsectors, colleagues, they are already part of the transport sector, and that is where there's abundance of knowledge, abundance of wealth, abundance of opportunities that are being driven by the country. So, there will be a lot of conversation around all these transport, subsectors and what is really happening around it. But another factor that I want to bring forward as well is that when we're talking about the 9% GDP contribution in terms of our country, we're talking about close to 319 billion, which is the country's part of the country's GDP. So with the primary mode of transport, with the highest contribution of GDP being land transport, and followed by intermodal transport as well. And all of this information, colleagues, you can always get it from the Stats SA, just to understand how important this sector really is and how it is contributing to our country in terms of the growth, and how you can really get to understand where you can make a difference as an entrepreneur, also as a professional in the country. So my mind has just started coming back now because I lost it. The last one is pipelines. Remember, I spoke about 5 modes of transport, and somehow I got stuck. Road, rail, maritime, aviation, and pipelines. Those are the 5 modes of transport in our sector. All right, so let me not take too much of our time. Just remember those modes, just remember those transport sectors that are driving the transport sector at this point in time. I am, at this point in time, going to a set point in terms of our agenda, which is now the issues around gender diversity in our country. For that, I am going to introduce the speaker from UN Women, Ms. N. Gituku Shongwe, who is representing UN Women, the multi-country office, which is for empowerment and gender equality in Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Namibia, and including South Africa as well. So Anne brings to her role a whole lot of years. And she doesn't look like, you can start thinking of the 20 years or more than 20 years that we see on the CV, colleagues, because there's abundance of wealth that we are seeing from her profile. So she's been a senior international development professional, and she has been recognized for a whole lot of awards. An award-winning social entrepreneur and founder of Afros, a digital and gamification learning enterprise, a thought leader of the future of learning, the prestigious Schwab Foundation in terms of the World Economic Forum Social Entrepreneur of the Year 2013, the Peace APP Award of the UN, London, UK, and NetExplo Awards in Paris. Colleagues, there's abundance of wealth here. Ms. N. Gituru Chonge, if you can join us and share your insight around gender diversity. Colleagues, UN Women has been very instrumental in really ensuring that we are including women in various subsectors, of which one of them is the transport sector, where UN Women also have a partnership, a collaboration partnership with AWISCA, African Women in Supply Chain Association, to ensure that we are making a difference in the sector for women. And that's your platform now.
Okay. Good morning, Lebu, and thank you so much for this and for your work. And honestly, you really have laid a very strong foundation, and I understand why you would forget the the fifth part of the transport sector, because actually it's much broader than people think, and pipeline is one that people always forget. But thank you so much, and thank you for our partnership. Deputy Minister, I just want to thank you so much, and thank you for our partnership. Thank you for your leadership on gender and transport. Thank you for the commitment that you've made and the way we've been walking together on this journey. It's not an easy one. It's an old boys club. It's a space that men dominate in big ways. But to have you as Deputy Minister really driving this work makes all the difference, because leadership is what makes all the difference. I heard you mention, Lebu, that there's another Deputy Minister with us. Did you say that from Public Service? Yes? Okay, so thank you so much, Deputy Minister, also for joining us. This is very exciting, which means that I have to say some things that will be relevant for public service as well, and not just transport. So I'll remember that. And really just so excited about being part of this. To Candice and your excellent work, to Transnet, to all the other panelists who I'm going to be speaking with, and really big up to AWISA for continuing to drive this work. But I want to sort of set the stage from my perspective, from a global perspective, and just talk a little bit about where we are globally on these issues and why this issue is relevant to us at all. The first thing is that this year is 25 years since the Beijing Platform for Action. Now, looking at many of you, you look maybe too young to remember that the Beijing Platform for Action. But, you know, 25 years ago, when you talked about gender equality, the men around us would immediately say, hey, Beijing. And this was a groundbreaking meeting where 40,000 women came together and developed the blueprint for gender equality and women's empowerment. It is at this point that there were 12 critical areas that were identified, issues such as poverty, you know, being able to give women the rights to vote in some countries, but really trying to push for parity in education. 12 critical areas, and you can just Google them and you'll be able to see what they are, but they were really, really important. And in many ways, this became the blueprint for what countries across the world were working on. 25 years later, we find ourselves in a place where, according to the World Economic Forum, we are 257 years away from gender equality. So at the pace that we're moving, with the 9% of women in transport, and we can play this out across sector by sector by sector, we are still over 200 years away from achieving gender equality. So our goal for the expiration of gender equality in 2030, at the end of the SDGs 15 years, if we continue as we are, maybe we will be 250 years rather than 257 years. So part of the work that we have to do at UN Women, and the reason why Lebu and Khatli, why we are on your case and Deputy Minister, is because unless we see change in the non-traditional sectors like transport, then we will indeed be at 200 years behind where we should be at 2030. So this year, 25 years since Beijing, every single country, including South Africa, has done a review of where we are on gender equality across the board. And South Africa, of course, was doing this also as part of your your review of 25 years since independence. But when we looked at this review, we saw that there are some key areas where we have seen advances. So there are some key areas where we saw change, and where, for instance, parity in schools is one big area, because we can't say that we've done nothing, right? So there are more girls in schools than ever before. There are more girls in school. In fact, we're beginning to see this change to a point that there is concern that boys and young men are getting left behind. Countries across the world, 131 countries have removed discriminatory laws. For a country like South Africa that has a constitution with a Bill of Rights that protects everybody's rights, we take it for granted. But there are many countries where you cannot be a person living who's LGBTQI plus person and be able to walk the streets freely, be able to work in a job, be able to operate in the country, right? So there's a lot of countries that sit with discriminatory laws that don't allow women to enter certain sectors, that promote child marriage, that don't even dictate how women dress in a particular way, or who they can marry and at what age and so on. South Africa has about 88% of discriminatory laws that have been dealt with. So we're 12% away from that. That 12% is very often as a result of the customary law that we have, that is left behind. So we may have policies in land that allow women to access land, but it is contradicted by the practice in the community, in customary law. So we have to start challenging that. What we found with our 25-year review was that in actual fact, the biggest issue that is the work that is still to be completed for us to achieve gender equality are norms and stereotypes, are particularly held by men, what we call patriarchy, right? So in the transport sector, we may have the policy that says that we can have equal access to opportunity, but the culture in the transport sector, or even for you, Deputy Minister, in the public service, in many public services, you find that the culture itself is prohibitive. So when I've looked at the studies on transport across the world, they're saying that in many ways, even though women could enter and could drive because technology is facilitating women being able to use large machines and be able to drive big trucks, the culture is what is prohibitive. Men are mocking you. The culture of sexual harassment in the transport sector is actually dealt with as a major concern. The ILO, in fact, has a specific program on sexual harassment and violence in the transport workplace. So it is something that we have to pay attention to. In fact, there is a new policy out as of last year, a new convention on violence and harassment in the workplace. And I know that the Minister of Labour and NEDLAC are actually having conversations about ensuring that that is ratified this year to ensure that violence and harassment in the workplace is not tolerated. I read a report from ICAO last year. I think it was a gender summit that the aviation industry was having. And they talked about 66% of the women in aviation experience sexual harassment and violence in the workplace. I mean, I thought immediately of many of the women who work as stewardesses on flights and the kind of power relations that happen in those spaces. But 66% is completely unacceptable. I don't have a study on what it is in the taxi industry, but I can imagine how difficult that is. I mean, we know about the level of abuse that happens in public transport. We know about what happens in railing. And so in general, the issue of violence and sexual harassment is something that we have got to confront, because otherwise women are deliberately kept out of that space because it is not a space that is conducive for them. But I want to talk about the area that you and us partner together on. And that is on the issue of preferential procurement and ensuring that women have opportunities and access to business opportunities. It is really a huge indictment across the world that despite the fact that between 22 and 30% of our GDP comes from public procurement of goods and services, in general, across the world, and this is a figure from the US, only 1% of women businesses access those opportunities. So that is outright discrimination. In South Africa, a study done in 2013 by Boasa pitched that figure at about 9%. But I can tell you that that 9% probably, from the data that we've seen, is in the soft areas that have less barriers to entry. So it's in the events and catering and those areas, which are not bad areas, but I'm just saying that those are the easier areas. So if we break down transport, as you did, Lebo, and begin to talk about the pipeline industry, talk about rail, talking about aviation, but also talking about, you know, what are the actual tender opportunities there? And from what I see, your sector has easily 12+% of the economy in terms of your contribution to GDP. How much of that goes into women's hands? And what can we do to put that in women's hands? From the studies that we have been doing and from the work that we've been doing with you, we've been able to see that one of the biggest issues is an information gap. So when tenders are put out, women don't even know that the opportunity is on the table, right? And very often, there's an old boys club who have been supplying transport for decades. They know how to do it. They know when the tenders are coming out. They play golf together or drink beer together. You know, they have a camaraderie that solidifies that supply chain relationship. So as we talk about this issue of supply chain, the norms and stereotypes was one of the issues that emerged from this Beijing review. And so for us, the challenge that we put for every single sector by sector, is to say to transport, let's list down every single opportunity that we know is coming up in the next financial year. Deputy Minister, this is a project that is really easy to do. Let's put on the table and ask your supply chain peeps in the office people, what are the opportunities that are coming up in the coming year? Let's list them. But let's take this further. We worked with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities last year on sanitary pads. There was an opportunity of about 170 million or so. But when you look at that 170 million, first of all, it's intimidating for a small business. But secondly, it assumes that you're either a manufacturing business or you've got a huge wholesale supply business with the kind of storage that is required. Instead, we said to them, let's unpack it. Let's unpack this. What is actually contained in that tender? And that tender showed us that in actual fact, there are opportunities in transport, there are opportunities in packaging, there are opportunities in waste management, there are opportunities in distribution, in packaging. So there's multiple opportunities, and when you break them down, they become more accessible to more women. So when we are saying now, the president has announced 40% preferential procurement. He announced it in September. He's confirmed it again on Women's Month and said we're doing a 40% set aside. We are working as UN Women in partnership with the presidency, with the Department of Women, with Treasury to make sure that this can be done. And so we come to you holding hands with the Department of Transport to say, all right, transport has got to be one of those winning departments. Because this is a hard nut to crack. But if we can crack transport, we can crack many other departments. We can crack public service itself. Minister, just asking you, who do you buy from? Who do you buy from as public service? Who do you buy from as the Ministry of Transport in everything, not just paper, but also the large, heavy lifting that we need to do. And so, we haven't yet had a huge success in this sector, but we have started the work and we've built a model. And that model is a model, as we've been doing with you, Lebu, is to be able, on the one hand, to say to transport, from the supply side, you simplify how we get to know about where the opportunity is. We then want to say, from the perspective of the women, how do we start identifying and we did this with you in our different workshops, trying to identify, who is registered, who is compliant, who has the skills, who has some experience, start registering you, assessing your competence, being able to actually prepare those who are ready to go and typologize women and say, this category here are ready to go with current tenders. This category, the second category, we can set for pipeline for future work. And then there is this other group that needs absolute preparation, and we need to invest significantly in that group. And so it is very important that in doing this work, we are investing heavily in making sure that the women are ready to roll, not just in the short term, but also in the long term. I want to read a story from one of our projects in transport. It's a small success story, but it is a success story in any case. And I don't know whether Violet is here in this meeting, but I just want to share this story. And we sent her a message. We said, Violet, how are you doing? Can we share your story this morning? She says, we are 100% women-owned business. Since May 2019, our name is Chumile Tours, and we have been working today as Chumile Holdings with assistance from the UN Women. We invited her to Cape Town to a Supplier Development Expo. And in the last day of the expo, there was a transaction that was actually done between businesses that were there and Chumile Tours. Our turnover as a result has grown by 15% to date, and we continue to grow. Now, I want you to note the things I was saying about the model. And Lebu, I'll wrap up here shortly. But it's just to say that the first thing is, if we hadn't invited Violet to this expo, Violet would not have known about the opportunity. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we're simplifying how we access these opportunities. Since then, we've been able to procure 7 additional vehicles because of the growth in this business. We have been able to employ 15 additional staff members in our operations and 12 staff members on a part-time basis. 94% of our employees are young people, 25% of them are women. We have increased the number of female chauffeurs to 15% of our staff complement, and we're increasing efforts on a day-to-day basis. We are servicing 12 private companies and 1 government client. Of the 12 companies, we have 7 manufacturing companies and 3 companies that provide services to these manufacturing companies. One of the important things that she shares with us is that during lockdown, she was able to register and as an essential service and was actually able to increase business during this time. And I'm only telling you this story because many of us who sit here as women businesses are constantly in this place of a struggle. But if we, from those who have the opportunities in our hands, the governments, the private sector businesses, can simplify it and make it accessible. In Kenya, the access to government procurement office in the chief procurement officer's office has actually created a Facebook page. And they put the opportunities on Facebook. They send WhatsApps to young people and to women. So simplify the tenders. They are too complex. I have been to a tender meeting when I was running a business. I could not understand it, and I think I'm quite smart where I sit. So simplify it, unpack it, put it in women's faces. Make sure that every single woman who could take up an opportunity knows about it. Amatola district in the Eastern Cape has moved procurement from 3% to 38% in 12 months. It fluctuates from month to month, but they have been able to show us this model. But the biggest thing that happened is that the municipality itself went out to seek women. But to women entrepreneurs yourselves, you have to be findable. Many people say we can't find the businesses. So women businesses, you have to be findable. With your associations, with the support of Theta, with the support of the different platforms, and with our support, which we commit to continue to work with you as UN Women, we want to have women's easily available. We have a new platform we're launching called Buy From Women. We put yourselves on this platform so that you're easy to find. But I just want to say that the reason that we're working in this sector is that we know that if we can break this non-traditional sector that is dominated by men, that we can create a safe place for women to work, even in the non-traditional and sometimes unsafe spaces, that we can actually break the back of this economy and start moving it truly into the hands of women. Deputy Minister, when I hear them talk about, the Minister of Finance talking about how do we make this economy stronger, I don't hear them talking about this. I don't hear them talking about if women in the economy had equal access to men, that the economy would grow by over 28%. This is a figure that we have from the World Economic Forum and from McKinsey, that the economy would grow by a significant proportion if we just had women with equal access. So this is what this conversation about. It's not a nice thing to do. It is a business imperative to do, because we can transform this economy if women are positioned in the right place. Thank you for this opportunity, and we're excited to continue working with you, and we look forward to an excellent result where we can be reporting like Amatole District that the Department of Transport, the transport sector has moved women from 9% to 50%, and we should be the first ones to tell this story. Deputy Minister Public Service, we can talk about this as well, because I think there is an opportunity to drive the public service in this direction. So thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, 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 wow. And this is really breathtaking, colleagues, and it's really putting us on the edge and really saying that let's take action. Let us take actions because the solutions are there. And let us work together because we have a platform as UN Women to ensure that we support the government, we support South Africa as a whole to elevate a woman to the next level. I really love the conversation around this, and thank you again for sharing. And I just want to highlight some few things that came out of these conversations, colleagues. I mean, there's still the issue of policy in terms of discriminatory laws that still exist. And those laws basically disable women to participate in the sector, to participate in the industry. But at the same time, we're also acknowledging, coming from N, that the sector, it's still very traditional, it's highly male dominated as well. And we really have to be solution driven around it to ensure that the skills that the males have got in the transport sector is starting to be embedded with the women as well, through sharing, through insight, and so forth. But also what is coming very evident as well is that, and I love this conversation because when you start talking about procurement, it's really when we challenge women to say that being in catering only, not contributing to the primary sectors that are driving the GDP still does not make sense. We want to see the women in the forefront, specifically driving the primary sectors of our country. Right now, we know that catering, cleaning, and so forth is not only the easiest that most women started with for a couple of years already. But right now, when you look at where we are challenging the status quo. We cannot afford to have that. If you really want to see women making a difference, is to really see them participating in the core of our country and bringing solutions. Remember what we say, women are in bottles. We come with solutions. We are very innovative. So let me become part of that whole process. But what is very sensitive as well that came about as well is really around the skill that is needed to be able to drive our country. And really saying that that skill, how do we ensure that we're going to get that? And we're going to have this conversation coming from Yayeri, who's our next speaker around this. The last 2 points as well, which speaks to procurement, colleagues, is really the idea around the database. Where are the women? And I really love that. Where are the women in the transport sector? Where do we find them? How do they get access to the transport sector opportunities. And I like that because it's one of the areas that we have been trying to get in. We'll say, let's have a database of women that can participate in the sector. But we're always finding that women don't even know what they don't know. They don't want to register to be women because they just don't understand what the transport sector is about. And I think part of the solution that we have with the next speaker, which is Yayeri, she will really tell us about how we're trying to develop this database and really linking the entrepreneurs with the procurement sector through the organization called AWISCA. So, and again, thank you for that, colleagues. I just want to let out on one thing. Remember that you can ask questions and we will give you the answers as part of this conversation. It's not a one-way discussion. And also, we are also running the poll. So if you see a poll popping on your screen, please just respond. We want to see who you are, where, you know, if you are representing which organization, if you're representing which industry as well. And I just want to quickly indulge you on what we have we just ran our first poll just to see who is here. And we've seen that the students, is 12% of students that are already engaged here. We have 13% of young professionals. Entrepreneurs, there's 34% of entrepreneurs that has responded. Supply chain professionals is 15% and other is 26%. Now, we also asked the question around which sectors, you know, is everyone involved in. One, the maritime sector is 20% that has logged in. Road is 57%, rail is 10%, aviation is 14%. Now let's go back and don't, you know, everyone is saying she did not remember pipeline. Pipeline is even non-existent. Pipeline is not even existent on everyone that has responded on that poll. So can you see what we are talking about, colleagues, when we are saying that let's understand the transport sector and the beautiful opportunities that are within it. All right, so I am going to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Yayeri. Yayeri is she's currently, it's very interesting that she has been a CEO for the SASTELC, the South African Shippers Transport and Logistics Council. We met a couple of years ago there when I was still a chairperson of the when she was a CEO for SASTELC. And the role that was played in that organization is advocacy, ensuring that we bring a lot of partnerships between the government and the industry at large. And specifically looking at private-public partnership, it was a membership organization that existed for more than 14 years, for close to 14 years, in fact, to put it that way. And it was really us driving advocacy in the industry to ensure that in terms of policy frameworks and all the dialogues that are happening in the transport sector could be discussed via the organization called SASTELC. So Yayeri, if you could please just join us on the line right now and just share with us anything and everything pertaining to mentorship and coaching. We are aware currently that the biggest gap that we have is skills, capacity in the industry. So what solutions are they, which AWISCA is already driving? If you can share with the participant.
Thank you, Lebu. Honorable Deputy Ministers, panelists, distinguished guests, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, hoping there are some gentlemen joining us today. Good morning. As Lebu mentioned, my name is Yayeri and my task today is really simple. It's to introduce the organization that is hosting us today, which is the African Women in Supply Chain Association, AWISCA. In 1910, Elise de la Roche became the first woman to obtain her license as a pilot. Now, this milestone in the aviation sector gave birth to an organization in 1929 called the 99s. Now, this was a network of licensed women pilots who were brought together by firstly their love for the aviation industry, but also their mandate was to drive the participation of women in this sector. So from this little piece of history, it could be said that this, amongst many movements, was what set the tone for the conversation around women inclusivity in the transport sector. Government and industry across the world recognize that gender diversity brings innovation and a different set of skills to the workplace. And furthermore, the conversation around inclusivity is important as it lays bare the strides which we have taken towards achieving gender equality, poverty eradication through employment and entrepreneurship, and inclusive economic growth. The transport sector plays an important role, as we all know, as it moves people and goods. And over time, we have seen an increase in trade volumes. And for Africa, what's more important is that with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we are going to see a boost in the manufacturing and agriculture supply chains, to mention but a few. And what this means for our region is we're going to require competencies for cross-border flows. Also, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen how our last mile logistics chain has been underdeveloped. So with all of these fairly new developments coming up in the industry, we are recognizing that there are opportunities to build capacity and also have more women playing in these roles. However, statistics continue to show that there's still an underrepresentation of women in the transport industry. So how do we attract and retain women in this sector? I think firstly, there must be awareness, which should be followed by recruitment, training and career development. And all of this should be on the back of education, skills, and access to opportunities. And this is how the African Women in Supply Chain Association, AWISCA, was formed on this premise to advocate for the representation of women in the transport sector. AWISCA was born of the need to really close the skills gap which exists and affect the competitiveness of our supply chains. Research was done to indicate that at company levels, having the right skills not only drives innovation, but it drives profitability. And then at country and regional level, having the right skills contributes to efficient supply chains. And when we have efficient supply chains, we are able to attract more trade. And by attracting more trade, we are able to impact economic growth. So our approach really as AWISCA is centered around functional mentoring and coaching. And this comes from the recognition that for women to fully contribute to the industry, they require a balance of soft skills, technical aptitude, and enhanced decision-making abilities. Having started our journey in 2015, AWISCA has tirelessly worked to get comprehensive industry buy-in. And for that, we collaborate with three important stakeholders, mainly corporate, government, and academia. Corporates play the important role of providing platforms for practical learning. They open their doors to facilities, to sites, processes, and software to make the learning experience more tangible and applicable. So what this does is it sets the tone for ESD programs and practical learning experiences for students and entrepreneurs. Now, outside providing the infrastructure to facilitate the movement of goods, government support is just as crucial as it legislates policy for women-owned businesses to participate in the industry. And with the help of industry bodies such as the South African Association for Freight Forwarders, we are able to support women once they receive such contracts from the government to ensure that they deliver their mandate diligently. And then lastly, we have academia as a stakeholder. And this is important because education is the foundation on which change is built. And I think as we see with the digitization and automation of our industry, strategic skills in research and innovation have become very important for the transport sector. So for us, working with the tertiary institution ensures that theory is aligned with industry expectations and also industry developments. Now, having mentioned all of these stakeholders, I think it's only fitting for us to really recognize them, acknowledge them, and thank them for their contribution, because it is through them that we are able to drive our vision. At its inception, AWISCA formed 4 chapters to deal with the vastness of the industry. And each chapter has a mandate that is linked to functional mentorship, uplifting of skills, and technical competencies. The student chapter is the first one, and it really encourages young girls to join the sector. And we provide support for students who are studying towards supply chain related courses. And we do this by facilitating site visits for them, their attendance at industry conferences, work placements, which come in the form of graduate programs, internships, and learnerships. We also do on-campus sessions, which is basically our drive to try and educate the students on the myriad of opportunities that exist in the transport sector. The second and third chapters are the Women chapter and the Entrepreneurship chapter, which basically provide women entrepreneurs and SMMEs an opportunity to apply for sponsored business growth programs. And what we do as AWISCA is we assist with the transfer of technical skills and technology with the help of our corporate partners. I think this is very important for us because it promotes the competencies of women entrepreneurs on a merit-based criterion. And then the last chapter is the professional chapter, which is really around helping women navigate through their supply chain careers. And we do this through coaching and peer circles. And I think for us, the professional chapter is not only focused on technical abilities, but soft skills become very important as a woman because we navigate different environments which test our professional awareness. Another important point on the professional chapter is it also helps in the sharing of contracts or opportunities for our entrepreneurs, which then filter into the database of women that we have, thereby giving them access and information to opportunities. So with this structure, we are really looking to drive our vision beyond South Africa. And we are currently in talks with other organizations which prioritize women development in the industry. And some of them include the Women in Maritime Association. So our call to you really is to join us and collaborate and work together with us as we drive meaningful participation of women in the sector. In the interest of time, I will ask the AWISCA team to share our details for any questions you might have. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I wish us all a fruitful deliberation this morning. I will now hand over to Lebo. Thank you.
Yayari, thank you so much for sharing around what we're trying to achieve through African Women in Supply Chain Association. What I would really, in fact, want to still maybe lash on in terms of AWISCA, just for everyone to understand, it's Africa, it's not only South Africa, because we understand that transport is an enabler to all the other countries. And if we start looking at Africa as a whole and really embedding the same model, the same approach of really building the skills and the capacity in our country, that is the drive that we want. Thank you for your presentation. I think the pointers that are coming out of what you are sharing with us, Yayari, and I think it rolls back from what Anne was talking about in terms of the skills and getting women to be involved on the core or the primary sector itself. Is really the skills and how the organization has really been founded to focus on functional mentorship and coaching. And that functional mentorship and coaching is really the technical skills that people require to operate in our sector. And I want to really break it down and give you an example to really say that you want to run a transport business. The question is, do you know what a truck is? Do you understand what a tanker is? Do you understand what a taut liner is? If you want to be in the maritime space, do you understand that there's various ships for various cargoes as well? And that's ultimately the technical skills that we are trying to embed. And if you ask your question around why mentorship and coaching, because those are two different things. Coaching is more practical, and it shows you how to get from one point to another and creating that sustainability and bringing practicality around it. What you have also brought with it, which is a second point, the third point here, Yuri, is an element around the chapters that are driven. It's good looking at the participants that we have various participants. One, from the students, we have the professionals, we have the women as well that are participating, and we also have professionals. So AWISCA already brings all these elements together to really saying that as a young professional, how do we support you in terms of entrepreneur readiness programs and also being able to participate in the workspace as well? And I think the second part of it is being the conversations that we have this morning around the women, from the women chapter together, saying that how do we get you to the next level? The same with entrepreneurship. How do we ensure that we have more entrepreneurs that are participating in our sector? And lastly, which is the professionals, is very important because we're talking about professionals that are decision makers in the organizations, the buyers, the procurement managers, the logistics managers out there in the organization, the professionals that are making decisions and they know what opportunities, if that exists in their organization. So through the organization, we ensure that there's that alignment throughout, from being a youth to being a professional, to say that how does professionals really liaise with the entrepreneurs to ensure that you get the opportunities, colleagues. So it's very exciting, and we really want to ensure that we see more women and then more entrepreneurs being part of this process so they can be elevated, they can be mentored, they can be coached around that. So that is the conversations that we have. Thank you around the sharing again, Nyayeri. I think if I move back to our agenda, we have our keynote speaker, our Deputy Minister of Transport, who has joined us for the conversation, and we're very excited. I think she's been challenged already by Anne. We are also challenging and say, we know that we love. I know she's got such a huge passion for transportation. The first time I met her, and I told her briefly, I was just like, Lebo, we must talk. I really love what you're talking about. So I know she's very passionate about the sector, ensuring that there's growth, there's development. She's very passionate about women as well, ensuring that they are developed and they participate in our sector, and ensuring that we don't have a top shop exercise in our country. She wants to see solutions, and we are saying that we are there. We want to ensure that we support the country in really reaching this agenda and this mandate. All right, so I shall introduce our Deputy Minister. She has got a long CV, very long CV. So what I'm going to do is just pick up some few areas that our Deputy Minister has been involved in. Yes, like I said, she's has been appointed as the Deputy Minister of Transport of the 6th administration of the South Africa's Beijing Democratic Dispensation. She exerts a lot of executive authority over the 12 state-owned companies and oversees that the work of branches that straddle all modes of transportation, including non-motorized transportation, that she overlooks that. And I like that because if you think around it, we're talking about, the Department of Transport. However, all these modes of transport are also supporting all the other subsectors. That's what her role really is. And her role as a Deputy Minister includes presiding over the boards of directors and AGMs of the state-owned committees under the Department of Transport. Her role in this administration, as with the ministers, is to oversee the implementation of government's apex priority areas meant to turn the economy of South Africa around. Obviously, making sure that transport contributes to creating the jobs in order to alleviate poverty, dehumanizing poverty, and that has befallen on our country. Other areas that the Deputy Minister is involved in is economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage, spatial integration, social cohesion, and safe communities, and creating a better Africa and the world at large. Deputy Minister, it is your platform. Welcome, and we really want to hear from your side, knowing how passionate you are with the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebu. It's quite challenging speaking after Anne and Yaisa, because they really show the magnitude of the women and the character of women we are having in Africa. Very, very exciting. Deputy Minister Cindy Chikunga of the Department of Public Service and Administration, let me indicate that I learned from the best because she's my predecessor. When she was doing a handover to me, not only did she do that, but she really made sure that she took me by the hand and made sure that I understand the entirety of the Department of Transport, because she's been there for quite some time. And let me publicly say to you, Honorable Deputy Minister Chikunga, thank you very much, because I am today what I am because of what you did to me, and that cannot go unnoticed. Thank you very much, baby sister. And Gutuki Shongwe, the representative of the United Nations Women South African chapter. Thank you very much for the presentation that you have shown, you have shared with us. I think many of us have already forgotten what the Beijing Platform of Action has been saying to us. And as Anne was talking, I was asking myself, we came back, we had gender focal points, we had gender mainstreaming issues. Today, can we be able to say, how far have we gone in that respect? Because in every premier's office at national level, there has been gender mainstreaming, and subsequently we had CGE and many other organizations which were geared to make sure that we uplift and empower women in this regard. But I want to say to the South African women in supply chain, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for bringing the type of panelists that will be sharing information with South Africans in this regard, probably even outside of our shores. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a real pleasure to can be able to start talking to you on the critical topical issues that affects women, but also that affects society, because if a woman is disempowered, it means the society is disempowered. It means the family is disempowered. And therefore, as we discuss in what we will be talking about today, the robustness should be filtered and be factored not only here on the platform, but it should go to our societies, our communities, our families, our girl children, in all spheres of our lives. For me, that becomes very critical. This month, as we are celebrating, let's remind ourselves of what the women of 1956 had to say. They said, enough is enough. Enough is enough of the things that they were experiencing. And we should also say, enough is enough based on how women are being treated, particularly when we go into issues of businesses, as Anne has eloquently described. And particularly when we look at the legislations that are there, which actually discriminates against how women can be able to do their work. This spirit that we are invoking into ourselves through the activities that we are having today should also make sure that we pave a way, we still have to make sure that as we pave the way, critical is how do we make sure that we empower women, but important is how do we emancipate those women that are still shackled within the ambit of poverty, women who actually are shackled by the laws, particularly women in the rural areas, because these women in the rural areas, the traditional leaders, the family set up makes them not to can be able to be free women as we will anticipate. And as we're dealing with that, it is very, very important that we take the supremacy of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa into being. Whatever we're doing, we should always be cognizant of making sure that the Constitution, as the supreme law, is we're protecting the rights of women. And under Section 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution, particularly Section 9, it is speaking to equality. And for us, we should be able to say the theme of this year, generation equality, as we put it into the Constitution, what does it really mean to us? What does it tell us? Because we shouldn't focus on rights and freedoms and look at discriminations as they are happening and look at them, just read through them. But it is important that we should look at rights and say, do women have sufficient voice to can be able to say, it is my right to wear a miniskirt, it is my right to walk at night without being afraid of being done a raw deal by either being raped or being killed. Women should be able to say, don't discriminate against me by virtue of me being a woman. And these are the things that are enshrined in the constitutions, which actually compels us to look into the legislations that Anne has so eloquently spoken about, that we have done this bit, but 12% of the legislation, it's still outstanding, which I believe though the 12% impacts negatively onto the women. The Constitution says everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit. And I want to say here, you've got the right to equal benefit in particular. Are women sufficiently benefiting in every program that we're doing in government, in private sector? This is the question that when we live here, we should be able to find solutions as to how do we make sure that we comply with the constitutional requirement of ensuring that women are benefiting as per the Constitution. Equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of the rights and freedom to promote the achievement of equality, legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken in this regard. I want to say, when we talk to categories of women, of persons, when we say we have to advance persons, what is it that we can be able to do in making sure that this category that we're talking to, which is women, and maybe I should also say women, youth, and people living with disabilities, how do we make sure that we advance them by doing business in such a way that they also can be able to say, indeed, we are residents in Africa, and therefore the advancement of an African woman, of an African youth, of an African person living with disability is the advancement of making sure that Africa can also be counted in the nations of the world, having developed in leaps and bounds in every sector of business. This section of the Constitution that I have spoken to, I did not completely talk to every other thing, but it creates the basis which obliges us in public sector, in private sector, in civil society to eliminate and remedy gender discrimination. It assists us to and oblige us to make sure that race and social inequalities, we should be able to say, how do we deal with race and social inequalities in this regard? Program Director, distinguished ladies, I hope that there are gentlemen here. As South Africa, we've got the National Development Plan, which actually, let me quote, it says, within the development plan, we need to build a cohesive society. South Africa needs to reduce poverty, inequality by broadening opportunities and employment through economic inclusion, education and skills, and specific redress measures, promote mutual respect and inclusiveness by acting on the constitutional imperative of South Africa that belongs to all who live in it, and that we are all equal before the law. Unpacking this, let's look at it. We need to make sure that we create a platform for economic inclusivity. I think it was really spoken to very eloquently. Very, very important. Women still go into academic qualification that are soft, that people believe you can be able to be pushed to be a nurse. You are pushed to be a social worker. These are the skills that even at home, when we guide our girl children, we still push them into those which actually are womanly programs and professionals, which when a woman says, I'm going to be an engineer, I want to be a pilot, a lot of us will say, no, this cannot be, it cannot happen. You need to go into this, and let us start doing programs, let us start mentoring them while they are still young. Like it has been said here, students need to be empowered so that they can be able to know the route within which they can be able to go. And important is, let us look at the skills shortage in the country, the skills shortage in Africa, and be able to say, how do we mentor these young women to can be able to go into the areas which actually, and into the path that has been less traveled, so that we can be able to work towards critical matters which actually will be able to say, in the end, South Africa is better in this skill, and we're able to really make sure that the human development capital in Africa is one of the things that we proudly can be able to talk to. The directive by the president in 2015 was very specific that the economic sector, employment sector, and infrastructure cluster of ministers must, in their programs, embed women empowerment in their plans and in their expenditure. Maybe the question would be, 5 years down the line, have we been able to make sure that the departmental plans and the departmental expenditures are able to factor in what has been said in 2015? This, to me, I take it that when the president then in 2015 put forward the 9-point plan for South Africa, amongst other things that the president spoke to was the oceans economy. And I want to say that my colleague, Deputy Minister Shipunga, has been and still is very passionate about the oceans economy. And we need to ask ourselves as to the programs that have been put in place. Are they programs that empowers men, or are these programs empowering women? And I want to say, last year, as I was dealing, I had an opportunity around this time to talk to women in maritime. Part of the things that I discovered was the communities around our coastal lines were left behind as we're dealing with issues of the oceans economy. And therefore, it implores upon us that we should be able to go back and be able to say the community in all those areas, particularly the rural communities, how do we make sure that we take their children and make sure that they go and study, whether anything in maritime. We make sure that even those communities are able to benefit in the oceans economy of this South Africa. But important, we must make sure that we develop programs that will be able to empower women. And I think what becomes very, very important is that the minister in the presidency, as she goes about monitoring and evaluating and reporting to Parliament about the implementation of the above directives, she should be able to develop an action plan which actually can be able to remind departments that you are faltering by the wayside with respect to this portfolio, with respect to this agenda that you have termed yourself. Because for me, for as long as our monitoring and our evaluation does not find resonance in what the president has said, it becomes very, very challenging. And I need to say, the South African government is now the chair of the African Union. As women in South Africa, do we really work towards assisting the chairperson of the African Union in ensuring that at the end of the term, we will be talking about the freight logistics, we will be talking about aviation and every other thing, which actually we should be able to count the chickens that we have hatched in this agenda of saying that we have been able to make sure that at sea, in air, on road, these are the things that we have been able to achieve. Because once we are able to achieve as South African women, we should be able to really go into into SADC and the whole of Africa in making sure that the Agenda 2063 is realized. And spoke about the SDGs. Can we be able to say, with respect to the SDGs, how are we doing? And I'll just take one example, the example of the climate change, because we in transport contribute the greenhouse gas emissions. What are we doing as women to can be able to say we are contributing towards the reduction of the greenhouse emission as enshrined in the SDGs in all those respects? And important is, how can we include women? Because when you talk to the SDGs that has got are talking to climate change, you definitely are saying rural women who actually are self-sustaining, who sustain themselves through small agricultural programs. The climate changes are impacting negatively on them. What are the things that we can be able to do? Do we still need to continue using fossil fuel? Do we have to go to women and encourage them in making sure that they can be able to use any other program which actually can assist them to deal with the challenges as we're seeing them? The Department of Transport actually has made very little progress with respect to the greenhouse gas emission. And this is one of the things that I am putting to you, Wixa, to say, as you will be assisting, part of the things that we should look into is, as people are procuring, are they adhering to some of these international imperatives, which actually we believe should be factored into our agenda. Program Director, I need to say our entities have made very little progress particularly in this financial year, because of the COVID-19. Most of our entities in aviation, in maritime, engineering development, and flight logistics have got serious concerns. Concerns in the fact that with the advent of the pandemic, COVID-19, many of the programs have been reduced and or slowed down, precisely because we had to shift most of the budget into the COVID-19 program. But a question which actually is daunting many of us, which the president in the past 2 weeks has been speaking to, is that we shelve some of the programs so that we can be able to deal with the pandemics. And here comes crime and criminality in the procurement of PPEs, and this is what we should condemn as South Africans, to say this is meant to deal with the challenge that is there, and therefore it cannot be used or be stolen from the people, the neediest in the Republic. The pandemic, as we're talking to, has also dealt a blow to women, because many of the women are now unemployed. Many of the women cannot be able to really sustain their families by virtue of them having to deal with unemployment, joblessness, food insecurity in particular. These are the things that we should talk to as women. Despite the fact that the president has pushed forward the stimulus package, I take it that the stimulus package, whether it's rural roads, whether it's investment in growth, in the growing of the economy and creating jobs, it's not impacting that much onto women. What are the things that we can be able to do? This pandemic, of course, has really surrounded many of us in a fragile way, and we need to put systems in place which can already impact onto women as we work towards us going out of this dungeon that has been put forward by COVID-19. Program Director, the Department of Transport and its agencies are highly challenged. Let me just indicate that ATNS, the aviation industry in totality, had to cut on some of the programs that they were doing. SACA had to reduce in terms of the programs, training programs of pilots. AXA also had to make sure that they were supposed to develop the airport. They had to scale down in that regard because there is no business which is taking place, as has been indicated, that no flights coming in, no flights going out. And also, even with the ATNS, the same has applied. Sanral also has experienced the same in terms of road construction, road maintenance. They have really scaled down, and therefore it tells you that there's very little that we are doing based on the fact that we lost, of course, 3 months, 5 months to be precise, of work that was not being done, but we had to scale down based on the fact that we're looking at other issues. Let me talk about something that a lot of people may not be knowing about. Many of our seafarers, especially women, we are aware of the fact that there is too much gender-based violence which is happening. But talking to the seafarers, part of the things that you would realize, especially for women, for you to be at sea for so many months and even a year, it is one of the things which actually makes people not to want to go into that industry. But with the lockdown, it even became worse. because some of them were stranded in international countries. Some of them could not even come home because the lockdown was so requesting. And this has really frustrated a lot of them, and many who actually had just entered the fray to be trained, like it has been indicated, and the placement which actually they had to undergo could not really happen, precisely because of the pandemic. Many of the pilots which actually I have spoken to training of pilots had to relinquish the training, because how do you train as a pilot if there are no aeroplanes which are flying? Therefore, it means the pandemic not only has it destroyed many lives, it has also brought challenges into many of the institution, particularly with skills development, with education, job creation. I have already spoken to. Recruiting young professionals into any of the male-dominated environment is definitely a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. How do we make sure that young professionals go and train in freight logistics? How do we make sure that young professionals go into the industries that actually speaks to everything and everything that has to do with transport? Maintenance on the road. You know, talking to somebody this lady was saying to me, I don't want the big trucks to deal with the big trucks. I just want to go and cut grass along the road. Is that really what we want? No, we don't want that. I want that woman to say to me, I am interested in maintenance of the road, but I want to make sure that the potholes on the road, I am the master of how we can be able to do that. I can also take what do you call that? A slasher, and go and slash the grass there. But when you get into the maintenance of potholes, you learn a lot of things in terms of the layers that will be put there until the pothole is filled. When you clean the culverts and every other thing, you are able to understand how they have been manufactured, how they are able to get water out of the road and stuff like that. You learn how the road has been manufactured, how the inclination of the road, and any other thing that you can be able to talk to. But when a woman comes and say, I want to cut grass, it really switches you off, because you would want to hear this woman say, I want to drive this truck, which actually, I want to have the tipper truck and every other thing which actually can be able to make you become a professional. Maintenance of these trucks and every other thing, who is doing that? And these are the things that we need to speak to. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of talking to women in rail. The other day, my opportunity of talking to women in a regulatory environment of what we're having in South Africa. It gives you the idea of what are the things that should be able to go into the women's agenda. Part of the things that I believe we should be able to do, probably during October month level, is to call women and be able to say to these women, we need a technical day or a technical endeavor for women, because in transport, it is just technical issues which are happening. And then we have a discussion around that and say, how do we expose these women to technical issues? Because Transnet is there and saying, women, you are welcome. Passenger Rail South Africa is now starting to have tenders which are going out. Where do we fit women in this instance? And obviously, aviation also will also be calling. And as we're doing that, it should not be a technical day which actually says these are the technical issues, but it must also confirm and be able to bring out those women who can be professionals in any of the industries. Program Director, modernization in PRASA, in road construction and road maintenance program are the things that we should be able to make sure that women find their feet and their whole body into these programs. When I attended a program on international roads, part of the things that I was tasked to speak about was digitization of cars, the flying taxis, for example. How far are we in Africa in that regard? And this is the space that women should start to look at as to digitization of cars. What are the things and what is it that we can be able to do to make sure that we look into that? The other thing that really caught my eyes was rural road development, and the people who won the award of rural road development and maintenance was Zambia and Zimbabwe. And it is very exciting that just around the corner, we've got people who've got ways and means to can be able to develop rural roads. And exciting was, they are saying that we use mainly women's company in this regard. And I want to, as I conclude, Program Director, indicate that I can't go out of this platform without talking to issues of gender-based violence and femicide, because these are some of the things which actually makes women to become highly challenged, particularly when they think of the professions that we're talking about, it be engineering. When you are working and maintaining trains, you are expected that at the end of business, you have to be at the station and start doing maintenance. And as a woman, end of business, it's probably around 8, 9, you have to work. In some instances, many women end up calling it quits precisely because when you arrive home, you did not go to work, but you were with a boyfriend somewhere, despite the fact that you can be able to show whether it's overtime, whether it's whatever. The fact of the matter is this gender stereotypes that we are experiencing, we need to deal with them. How many women gets harassed, gets sexual violation at work, and many a times women will keep quiet because probably it is your fault for having been violated. We need to start speaking up against this. And one of the women panelists yesterday was saying, we're looking at gender-based violence affecting women at lower level. And we're not talking about women at executive level because they keep quiet to an extent that some of them end up taking their lives, some of them end up being psychologically affected by the fact that when I have to talk to you, Lebo, I'll have to think twice as to how are you going to take it if I say I am being abused. Because all of us, we believe that holier we are, and better we look, and therefore we cannot be able to talk about this type of challenges that we are experiencing. And I think it is important that we start voicing it out. We start talking about gender-based violence. I want to just give an example that I was talking to one lady, a property mogul of her own, husband doctor, and the husband will do as he wish with her monies. And when I said to her that you need to really separate the banking accounts, she refuses and say it will be like we are no longer married in property. Married in property, and you are being abused. You work, and somebody can be able to use the resources of the family. However, but you are not allowed to use those resources. However, hey, so help me God, I cannot be able to agree to that one. And I said to her that let's leave it, because Nyalo, you don't want to deal with the situation that you are experiencing, because if you don't separate the banking accounts and be able to have a business account, your personal account, and whatever family account, whatever you call, how are you going to get out of this situation? Because he goes into your personal, the family account, as it's called, and also even go into the business account to do whatever he feels he can be able to do. Fly the world around. I'm happy now that there's no flying. So he flies the world around, and you are seated at home making money, taking care of his children. He flies, he goes to Dubai. I will fly and go to China or India or Singapore. We will meet at the gate when we come back, all of us. It's as simple as that. What is good for the right hand, or what is good for the geese, must also be good for the gander. And these are the things that sometimes women in those particular positions, I'm just giving an example, and there are many other examples that one can be able to talk to. What is good for the geese must also be good for the gander, because why talk to some of these issues and don't actualize them in that regard. And I'm not I'm saying with passion. I am not trying to rattle your families, but I'm saying try to see the truth for what it is. Don't wear rose-colored glasses, but rather look at the truth the way it is. As I conclude, let us look at what are the things that we can be able to do to deal with the adversaries, to deal with the negative experiences that women are faced with, but create opportunities that can be able to bring women to a higher trajectory. Let's use the COVID-19 pandemic, as has been said, as we get out of the dungeon. Let's use the COVID-19 and make sure that we empower women in all respects. Program director, it's such an excitement to be amongst women of your caliber, and I'm looking forward to solutions to the programs. Once more, thank you, Deputy Minister, Public Service and Administration, for the support. I know I can always lean on your shoulder. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister, thank you so much for sharing your views, your insights, and really pushing us, to the level where you are saying that this is what is expected and this is where the shortfalls are, and this is a reality of Department of Transport. It's always great listening to yourself as a leader being candid around what is happening in our country and in terms of the challenges that we are facing, not only from the transportation perspective, but from the country in totality. You have touched a lot of areas, and I'll just highlight them just at the high level, colleagues, in terms of what do we really need to focus on. I think one, which is very important, is that within the rural areas, I think that's one of the areas where we find that access to information, access to business opportunities is normally unlimited. It's normally limited. At the same time, we realize that within the rural areas as well, it's an informal sector which has been already affected by the pandemic, which is COVID-19. So we need more focus in really ensuring that the opportunities that we have also are geared towards the women in the rural sector, and what are the initiatives that are already there that can be planted. And you've also embedded the issue of disability, that we must not forget disabilities in what we are doing. And if I look at our sector itself, there is more opportunities where we can have the people with disabilities becoming part of the sector, and that can always be enabled by technology, because right now things are not as highly operational and handheld like before. So there's a huge opportunities of really getting more women with disability to be part of this whole process. You have touched on the issue of the National Development Plan. You have emphasized the issue of mentorship and coaching as well. And you're really putting it back to say, colleagues, continue doing that. We need to ensure that we start developing the human development, looking at the critical skills that are needed in our country. And those critical skills are always driven by the future of the logistics sector already, and looking at technology as a whole. And you also challenge us to say that our president is already the chairperson of the AU. The question is, how do we support him as women? How do we ensure that we still drive the women agenda through those platforms? You touched on the oceans economy. There's an element of Operation Pakisa, which I believe that most women and even people already in the logistics sector do not understand the meaning of that. And I think the technical indaba that you're talking about speaks to the women that are interested in the sector to understand all of these things, because that's where we're expecting everyone to participate and provide their input. You have also spoke about digitization, technology as well, that how do we ensure that with the landscape changing, we digitize, we focus on colleagues, digitization. Gee, this technology, colleagues, we are on the era of technology with COVID for the past few months. Now the pronunciation also goes away. But what we are saying is that technology has taken the logistics sector. We have seen now the formation of Uber. We've seen in the country, on other countries as well, that the driverless tracking, driverless, cars as well. And that's really the sector that you are talking about, colleagues. So I'm not gonna deep dive in all of this, but I think you've already tapped so much on our mind, Deputy Minister, and saying that let's continue with those conversations, and you can't stop re-emphasizing that let's look at human development in either corporate space, the professionals, let's look at entrepreneurs as well. Let's ensure that we build the technical skills, and that's what we're trying to drive as well, that as entrepreneurs, you said it, let's not focus on the catering. We want women that can drive the transport sector, that becomes the leaders out there that are driving the platform. I thank you, Deputy Minister, for your contribution, and thank you. I know there's a lot of questions that we have here towards you, and because of time, I will in fact propose that some of these questions, we will send them through. Some of them we will respond on behalf, because we already have some of the responses, but because there's an engagement and dialogue going forward, we will ensure that the responses are given. And I want to tell the participants as well, talking about the technical endeavor, is that for some of the engagements that we have in our country, we have coaching circles and mentorship circles that are focusing on various streams in terms of the sectors. So we want you, if you are interested, contact us, colleagues at mentorship@awiska. because that is where now we're starting on a live stream now. We are ensuring that there's more coaching circles, there's more mentorship circles in really building these technical skills in our country, colleagues. So there it is. Thank you, Deputy Minister. I shall continue, colleagues, with our program. So next in line for our program is from Tita, Ms. Khatile Ngala. I know she's ready and she's just been fidgeting on her side to say, when am I starting, with my conversation. So you will see, colleagues, that Khatile right now represents TITA as an organization. Her role at TITA, she is the head of Human Resources and Administration, and she's served as an executive for the Social and Ethics Committee and the Remuneration and Transformation Committees of the board at an airline for 6 years. She has numerous leadership positions which she has held in community-based organizations which are aimed at assisting young students bridge the university and the school system. She has held various leadership positions. She's a motivational speaker, and she represents a lot of speaking bodies in the organizations and association. She is focused on Toastmasters International Club, and she is a member of various professional bodies. Khatile, from your side, I know TITA, you are driving a lot of initiatives that are focusing on skilling, upskilling. Can you tell us what TITA is currently focusing on and how we already have those solutions that are focused in building and developing the capacity that we want in the transport sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meletswalo, for the opportunity of inviting TITA to this wonderful morning. It's still morning, yes, morning, during this month where we commemorate women and their work and their influence in the world. I would like to observe protocol, but allow me to mention me, Tikeledi. We were together last year, and with you, Lebo, and a number of people around here. I see when we were having the Summit of Women, together with UN Women, Mekituku, and there I see. We were walking around the country, moving around, meeting women, and having such engagements with them, trying to find out where they are, which space they are in, and rolling out opportunities to support them. As we said then, that men do this wonderfully at the golf course. Why don't we do it? And we did it, and we are happy, Lebo, that you are continuing with this conversation. Indeed, they are not to be events, but they are supposed to be working and helping women. I would like to also observe Mesindi Chikunga. Mesindi, we worked together when I was in an airline. Many years ago, she had the Litsema project, which was looking at transformation, and I was one of the people there. So thank you so much. With that, I would say protocol observed. And this is where we miss being in a, with what COVID has done, we miss being in a building where we would clap hands and hear the voices and support each other as we speak. But alas, we have COVID-19, let's continue and let's adapt to the new norm. TITA, which I'll share with you, I'm gonna share with you who we are. I'm gonna share with you what we are about. I'm gonna share with you what we do, how do we do it, and I'll share with you also how we master what we do by doing it with you. How do we collaborate? And then I'll share with you what opportunities there are out there that we have from our space that we share with you so that you can also be part of this. So with that, Ms. Zoom Master, can I share, please? Okay, so this is who TITA is. Today we're going to talking about mastering transformation and women inclusivity in the transport sector. Now that's what Melebo said we must talk about. So we will rise to the occasion, Melebo. Now, I will start by telling you what our philosophy statement is. So we drive economic development through including development through rural development, through industry transformation, through skills development, stakeholder engagement, through participation, through research and innovation, while ensuring financial sustainability. Now, it sounds like it's a lot of words put together, but I will share with you and I'll package one of them in the work that we do so that you can see what we mean when we say we do it through rural development, we do it through transformation, we do it through skills development, and we do it through participation and collaboration. Nana talks about stakeholder engagement and participation. And we also do it through research, because indeed, if we don't improve in the world through research, why are we here? Now, let's look at our vision. Now, our vision is to be a visionary leader in skills development. And our mission is to achieve the outcomes of the NSDP in support of the National Development Plan in a sustainable manner. Now, you will see that this is a continuing conversation, because this is what the minister spoke about, medical aid. And she eloquently read for us with patience excerpts from the NSDP and from the NDP, so that we can understand why the conversation of today should be grounded in there. And that's our work. We enable companies or stakeholders or partners to be able to achieve their work in implementing the NDP through NSDP. Now, Melebu earlier spoke about the elements in transport. Now, our work is also divided in that. We have partners that we enable in aerospace, and mostly our airlines. We have partners in forwarding and clearing, or companies who are doing forwarding and clearing. We've got partners or stakeholders that we enable who are doing freight handling. We've got those that are in maritime. Mayor spoke about ocean economy, Mayor Dikeledi, Honorable Minister. We also have partners in rail. She also spoke about rail. We've got partners in road freight. We enable stakeholders in road freight. We also enable stakeholders in road passenger, and also those in taxis. So all these, we call chambers in our language, but these are the people, or these are the stakeholders, these are the partnerships that we have mastered, that we have mastered within our work, and we enable all these partners to be able to achieve what they achieve. Now we've got key strategic drivers. You remember now in our philosophy statement, there were those many words that we spoke about. So, but those are key strategic drivers. So they are economic development. We are here to develop the economy, to enable economic development. We are here to respond to industry skills needs. All those partners that I spoke about earlier in the last slide, they've got industry skill needs, and they are there to respond to industry skills needs. We are there to enable them. And I'll share with you how do we do that. We respond to national priorities. Indeed, if we do not respond to national priorities, then we will be aimless, and our impact will not be felt, and it will not be meaningful. We also make sure that we enable transformation. Now, that we are aware that that's the brainchild and very passionate ministers that we have here today. Abome Mesindi Chikunga is very passionate about transformation, and Medical Aid very passionate about transformation. And indeed, you today, you are here because you're passionate about transformation. And we want to be talking about how we achieve that, how we enable partners in the industry to achieve that. This may look busy, and I'll try and decode it for you so that it's easier to understand. We have a regulatory framework. Now, obviously, we get what we call our monies through levies that industries pay through the SARS. Now, those levies are skills levies, and we collect them from companies, and we call it revenue collection. Now, our work is to be able to disperse those funds to all the stakeholders in all those chambers or all those transport sectors that I shared with you earlier. Now, when we disperse them, there are areas that we look at. We look at how will those companies be able to make an impact in the industry. Now, we have learners that benefit from these disbursements of levies that we talk about, but we achieve our work through private and public partnerships. Now, the learners might come from either private or public colleges or universities, but when they do that and when that learning happens there, it happens to develop business ownership, or indeed to create employment. But we're also there to make sure that that kind of employment has transformation in it. Now, all those learners might come out of industries and might be coming out of employers, but that learning that happens there, we are the ones that fund it. Now, imagine all those employers in all those sectors that I spoke about. You see, it's a large number of disbursements that happen. It's a large number of enablement that we do. And the beneficiaries are residing in those companies or in those colleges or in those schools. And those are the ones that benefit from either transformation or from the learning that is happening that we enable through our funds. While the learning might happen in the private and colleges and all that, but we also improve. And that's where Medical Aid spoke about, the improvement of lives in rural development or in rural areas. So we also fund certain projects that bring about that kind of improvement. We also improve the livelihood of co-ops. When we support the learnings that happen there, the improvement, the development that happens there. Of course, we spoke about academia. So in a nutshell, this is what we do at TITA. Now, of course, I spoke about we need to be directed. We form strategic partnerships. Now, I want, if at all, there's something that you will remember today, is that we cannot be able to do what we do without partnerships. And that's how we master what we do. Now, our partnerships, of course, need to be strategic. So we've got employer participation in all those sectors that I spoke about: rail, maritime, aviation, road freight. Those employers, we form partnerships with them because they know what they do. They are experts in what they do. We enable them through funds, so they do what they do best. We also have strategic partnerships to those people or partners that master rural development. It's important, it's part of the NDP. Meletswalo earlier spoke about the fourth industrial revolution and medical aid. We support all areas that support fourth industrial revolution. We have just come out of a phase where we went out and we were supporting all the projects that were showing, enabling or working from home or doing things remotely. In fact, Melitswalo, you spoke about unmanned vehicles. So all those disruptive technologies that are happening now. Of course, the pandemic formed a catalyst in fast-tracking this kind of innovation. But our work is to support all those initiatives that are showing, enabling and going forward in fourth industrial revolution. So we do that in those areas of road safety initiatives, in SMMEs, and also we make sure that we've got provincial visibility. Remember, rural development, it's better that you show that you can be able to do this if you stretch on tentacles as far as reaching all the 9 provinces. Now, just so that we open for you that shutter or that window that shows whether what we do is goal-directed or goal-focused or goal-oriented. We spoke earlier about transformation. Indeed, that's in the NDP, and if at all it does not respond to transformation, which is an imperative, a national imperative, then it's not impactful. Now, our work, then I go back to the Letsema days, Medicine Chikunga, when we were part of Litsemba those many years ago. The focus there was to bring transformation in the transport industry, because indeed, those years, many years ago, it was still very racially discriminated, it's very white. But we can see that through work of Letsema and all the other initiatives that have been done by role players in the transport sector, you now see the difference that whilst it is still very male dominated, which is what everybody was speaking about today. I mean, you can see that a lot of this pie shows that those are the males that we have in the transport sector, with a small amount, less than 20%, it's female. Now that's across the sector, and those are the people that pay levies to us. So it shows you that it's still male dominated, and it's still, in terms of race, let's see there, you will see that in terms of race, maybe I must just get out of this mode. I suspect you might not be able to see. I'll put it like this so that you can see the bottom here. So we still have a lot of males and less than 20% it's females. Now that's cause for concern. Now when we come to employment by race, now you see that a lot of this onion that we're peeling, that we call transformation, has now changed. We've got a lot of males and we've got less females. So you do see there that we've got a lot of Africans that are in the industry with over 72%. And we have the demarcation there, we see 12% is Indian and we've got 11% that are colored. And the shift has changed. So indeed, the Litsema has achieved just a small bit of what it was geared to achieve, which was a little bit of transformation in terms of race. But we now see that let's drive our hand through that pie, and as our finger goes through that pie and we find many layers of transformation that still need to be changed, there's a lot of work that needs to be changed to change this picture that we see. I'll go to the next slide in that manner because I realize if I go into the other mode, you cannot see the numbers at the bottom. Now, when we talk about the females that we have supported through our programs and the programs that we have achieved through collaboration with partners in our sector, we see that 54% of our beneficiaries were male and 46% were female. Look, there's a small gap. We are gunning for at least 50-50 for now, but we need to reach the picture that we have in terms of our profile as a country where we've got a lot of females. So we are still lagging behind when we look at this picture, but at least everything is achieved through baby steps. But in all the enablement that we are giving our stakeholders, it's important that when we enable, at least they show that they do work for females. Now this one is very interesting because this is where now we show you how much of when we enable all these companies, how much transformed do they become and how this transformation is showed in the industry. Now, with this one, I just want to paint a picture. Remember, this industry is male dominated. So of course, in this cup that you are trying to transform, you already have male dominated. So all the beneficiaries of the programs that we offer are coming from this cup which is male dominated. That is why you see the picture that you see here. But through hard work and through participation and through commitment that we want to see with our stakeholders, we hope that this whole picture will change. And just for example, with the programs that we have, artisan employment, completions, we see that a lot of the completions are male. And a lot of the completions that we have here are male. For example, this one that you can very clearly see, lecturer development. Many of the completions with a high number are male. What does it tell you? A lot of the lecturers are males. So if we need to make an improvement in this, we need to improve the population that we have. If we do not improve this population while we still have many males, it means that the ones that are still going to benefit. So we look up to all the stakeholders in our industry to say to them, like Dikeledi has said, go out and look for those females that have capacity or train them so that they're capacitated, so that they form this population that can be able to benefit from these programs that we have so that we can bring change. Some of the programs that we have run in our Mastering of Transformation for Females is the Maritime Leadership, where we support PhD and master's degree of women who go and study in Switzerland and Sweden. We also support leadership development programs. Now, this one we call our flagship. We call out for nominations from the whole industry, and we pay this out of our own pocket because from where we are sitting, it's important that women drive transformation and they occupy those important positions that are there in the industry. So we support supervisor, managers, and leadership training programs. We also support what we have today here, women empowerment seminars that I spoke about earlier that we did last year. Now, if we look at our flagship, for example, the leadership development programs that we have supported in all the industries, but in all the sectors that we have through our partners with our stakeholders, with the employers, Transnet, ATNS, SAA, AXA, and all the other partners that we have. All those programs that we have, and these are programs where we send women out into the world when they do leadership development program, where reputable academic institutions, for example, Gibbs and WIT, have come to the front and have said, we'll help you capacitate these women in leadership development. And they go to Russia, they go to Germany, they go to China to learn about different aspects of transport, and they come back, and the idea is for them, when they're capacitated, they come and implement this in our country. But now it's for Transnet, it's for AXA, it's for SAA, it's for ATNS, to allow them to be able to implement this wealth of knowledge that they have. This is how we will see the transformation. Now, from 2012 to 2019, we've supported just under 200 women, but of course, the number of beneficiaries that have benefited from this flagship program is just under 500. Now, this elaborates, or this magnifies the discussion that indeed we are still far in terms of transformation. We need to have those women coming to the front, allow them to come to the front so that we can enable you as companies to nominate them, and we will fund these programs for you. Now, the amount that has been invested in here, in all these programs, is close to just under 50 million, it's 48 million. Let's talk about why we are here. How do you access these opportunities? Because what I've done is painted a picture of what we do. How do we do what we do? Through partnerships with the industry stakeholders. And which areas do we focus on? Industry needs, transformation, national imperatives. Now, how do you access these opportunities? Now, for us, our opportunities are aligned to our strategic goals, which I spoke about earlier, and driven by the industry imperatives. And they must address the national priorities, but they must also support the NDP. So if in your mind you have a solution to a problem, which I'll show you in the next slide, and it meets these criteria, of course, it means you are well poised to become a beneficiary in any of our projects that we have. We will fund any of those projects from two ways of funding. We've got what we call mandatory grants. And of course, because we talk about ATNS, AXA, those are companies that get SARS to deduct a levy, and part of the levy comes to us. And that levy we pay back to the company, and the company is then able to train employees. And this is why we say we work through partnership. So through partnership with dispersed mandatory grants, we also dispersed discretionary grants. Now, through discretionary grants, we are able to support rural development, to support NPOs, to support NGOs, to support cooperatives. Now, if you have solutions to any of these problems, you are well poised to benefit from us as a small company, to be able to provide solutions to unlock the ocean economy. We might have a training program that you have to unlock ocean economy, and there I'm talking about artisanship in probably fixing any element of the ship as it has docked. You are aware that we've got artisans that are in fixing ships. We've got women who own moving oil from the ship, and I forgot what the term is, moving oil from the ship into the bunker, debunkering, they call it. If you affect the green economy, if you do green research and green skills advancement, then you are poised to provide a solution, then we fund such a program. If you have training awareness on impact on road safety, it's a national imperative. We support that kind of program. HIV and AIDS. At the moment, our focus has shifted to the pandemic, but HIV and AIDS is still debilitating. If you've got programs that bring awareness and some sort of support in terms of HIV program, we support that. Why do we still keep on doing that? Because we need to support our people, our population, our country, so that we still have people working going forward. If you have programs that provide leadership development programs, and that I spoke about, we support those programs. And lastly, we also support small business advancements. So if you have any solution along these lines, you are well poised to get support from us. So if you've got solutions in structural transformation of the sector, or public sector transport and safety, or at the moment, we've got increasing cost of transport. If you've got a solution to that, that's a program that we will fund. Remember, our vision is to be innovative and visionary leader in this sector. So we always look for innovation. Now, if you have a solution to this cost of transport, we will fund that type of program. We've got an aging population, and we've got shortage of skilled workers. Melitolo spoke about mentorship. It's one of the enablers of making sure that the information and knowledge is passed on to other upcoming young people. Now, if you've got, this is our problem in the industry, aging and shortage of skills. If you've got a solution to that in terms of programs, we will fund those. We also have a problem, or an imminent problem, in increased transport sector competition. If you have solutions to this, we spoke about disruptions that are brought about by Uber and all the Taxify. We will fund such projects which bring disruptions in technology. We also have declining revenues in the sector affecting SETA income. We spoke about the pandemic now. Honorable Minister spoke about the problems that ATNS is facing, the problems that AXA is facing in terms of retracting revenues. There hasn't been any activity from people traveling. Of course, that has shrunk, the economy has shrunk, and everybody has suffered thereafter. If you have problems, solutions that you have in solving this problem, we will fund it, because innovation is one of our goals that we drive. Now in TITA, all this work is done by these men and women. It's proper that when we tell you that come forward with a solution, send a proposal, but we also tell you who to send it to. Now, these men and women that you have here in front of you that manage the chambers are those sectors that I spoke about, road freight. So let's start with road freight. We've got Medical Lady Musalo, she's in road freight. We also have McKate, she's in rail. We also have Ndatera Mudise Tsolo, who is in taxi. If you've got any projects that you want to share, these are the people that you can contact right there in front of you. With these words, I thank you.
Thank you, Khati. Thank you for the insight. You know, I remember a couple of years before I got to understand all the stakeholders in our sector. When we were talking about TITA, I always thought it's training only. And I never understood what the role of TITA was, which was a couple of years ago, until the time that I got more experience being in the industry and I started asking the questions, who are the stakeholders, who is driving what in terms of the sector. And your presentation is really a reflection of what the SETA really does, and the SETA that represents the transport sector itself. And it also reflects in terms of all the subsectors, what is driving the SETA that you are talking about and the opportunities that are existing. And what we're also encouraging as well as part of your presentation already is really saying that we are seeking solutions as a training provider, as an organization that overlooks and looking at advocacy, looking at training, looking at partnership with the industry. We are looking at partnerships. And when I look at that word partnerships for everyone, it's in fact opportunities, because we are saying that if you are an expert out there, come with the solutions that will help us sort out the challenges that we have in the transport sector. You know, a few areas that you have identified as opportunities, and I hope everyone is noting them, in terms of leadership development programs that are needed by SETA, by TITA itself, that if we have a leadership development program that will benefit the sector, it must be brought forward. Or you have solutions that are focused on the small businesses, building entrepreneurs, and so forth. That's the solutions that we are looking for. It's an opportunity on its own. And road safety awareness, road safety is very critical in our country, especially in all that we are doing. And we are saying that if there is an opportunity around that, if there is a solution around that, it is an opportunity that TITA will also consider. You brought an element of green economy, which is exactly what we are being affected, but we are impacted, in fact, from the transport sector perspective, with really reducing the emissions on the road and in all that we are doing. We are looking for solutions for that. I look in the ocean economy. In fact, there was also a question around ocean economy to say, what are we doing around ocean economy? Look at how we reduce the costs, how we increase the revenues. And we said technology now is a driver as well. How do we ensure that with all these disruptions in technology, there are solutions that the industry can provide forward? So colleagues, you have it. We don't have any excuse. There are opportunities out there. TITA is saying that they are looking for those solutions where they can partner with yourself to be able to be part of the, the collaboration, the partnerships, bringing solutions into the country, and we are looking for that. So we challenge you. I think Khati, where she is, they will be looking forward to receiving and really hearing what innovative approaches you have that you can share with the organization. There's an element of discretionary funds as well in terms of what the role is, the levies that are being paid in terms of upskilling as well, incorporate. And I think also it brings that visibility to say that if you are a professional in the transport sector, in logistics, you must understand the role of workforce skills planning, because it's really around your own development as a professional. I think most professionals don't even understand why we have to do workforce skills planning. HR will come and say, hey, come, we need to submit something to the government. And it infects TITA, to make it clear. And they never understand why that is aligned to their growth and their development. But the importance of really looking at workforce skills planning is just to really ensure that as professionals, they look at their skills, where they need to be mentored, where they need to be trained, where they need to be coached as well. So I tried to sum it up in that way. Thank you again for the presentation. I know the presentation could be made available to the public, so we will ensure that everyone get access to that. Thanks a lot, Khati, for sharing the insights around TITA. Colleagues, there is a TITA website. You can get more information around it. Thank you. So colleagues, going back to the agenda, I think we have Ms. Candice. I think we're going to be now focusing on Transnet in terms of the beautiful supplier and enterprise development programs that they are running. And Candice is going to share that with us in terms of what they are doing in ensuring that they support women, they support entrepreneurs in the organization, and how are they closing the gap in terms of collaboration as well with the industry. All right, so who is Candice? Candice has over 16 years in the retail industries, focusing on both sales and negotiations. She's focused on product integration, advertising, marketing as well. And she has held various roles on other companies like Epcon, Samsung, and she has spent most of her time right now with Transnet, where she is currently employed. Candice currently is the senior manager focusing on transformation in the organization, and that's exactly what we are looking at. And she focuses on ensuring that there is transformation in Transnet. There's initiatives that are focused on supplier development and support that is needed for the entrepreneurs. Candice, may you please share with us what your organization is doing? I know there's exciting things. There's a lot of pillars that you have around supplier development that I think everyone will be excited to hear about. Tell us what you're doing, what are the opportunities and the ways those areas of collaboration that we should focus on. Thank you.
Morning. Thank you, Program Director. All protocol observed. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you in particular, Program Director, for including me in such a distinguished panel of women. It's an incredible honor to be able to speak to you all and to all the participants at the webinar. Thank you. It's important that we have conversations like this. It's important that we have open platforms. So it's quite a privilege. As Lebo mentioned, I'm currently employed at Transnet, and as many of you may know, it's a state-owned entity which currently operates over 30,000 kilometers of infrastructure. that's making it the largest rail network on the continent. Transnet also operates 40% of the rail network in Africa and accounts for 70% of the traffic on the 55,000 kilometer track in sub-Saharan region. Transnet is a custodian of ports, rails, and pipelines, which are represented through our various operating divisions, namely Transnet Freight Rail, Transnet Engineering, Transnet National Ports Authority, Port Terminals, and Pipelines. So we have a significant footprint in South Africa and Africa, and we have reach. And why am I telling you this is that it's not to boast, not to show off, but it's to say that we recognize that we have a footprint. We recognize with this large footprint comes great responsibility. And how do we discharge of this responsibility? Given that one of our main objectives is to ensure a globally competitive freight system that enables sustained growth and diversification of the country's economy. And almost all the speakers have touched on this and the various ways we as women can contribute to this and are currently contributing. And I think that's very important to focus on, is that whilst we have a long way to go, listening to each of the speakers, we've covered significant ground already. And how do we continue that journey? How do we make our reach go further? And this is a lofty goal. It's a large company. How do you create sustained growth and diversification of the country's economy? And I looked at the goals, and I was always telling my team, so that's a goal, that's a mandate, that's a vision for the company. So what can I do in my space to align my goals, align what we are doing to achieve Transnet's overall mandate? So as a program director earlier mentioned, I currently work in a space called enterprise and supplier development. Most of you are so aware of enterprise and supplier development, and are probably in it as well. But what's our purpose and mission? It's to create opportunities for the previously disadvantaged individuals, aspirant entrepreneurs, and businesses, and how we integrate them into the Transnet value chain. This is consistent with Transnet's strategic objectives, which is, as a state-owned company, to support and contribute to the state socio-economic objectives. So that's what we look at. How do I use a platform that I have to reach out to the previously disadvantaged, to aspiring entrepreneurs and businesses? And I think another thing that we're all mindfully aware and almost painfully aware of is that COVID has altered some of our initiatives, has forced us to look at different ways of achieving the same goals. And personally, I know one of the things I've had to look at is, how do I do more with less? And I can't think of anyone better poised to do that than women. We probably do that in our everyday lives now, but how do we do this for the country? We need to look at how we do more with less. So we have, in our space and our team, looked at transformation as sustained and having a direct impact on economic landscape of South Africa. But how do we break that down into tactical things or practical things that we can do? And we broke it down into 5 pillars of supplier development. And what that basically looks at is that, how do we look at applying a philanthropic approach, which involves socio-economic development initiatives, which involves enterprise development initiatives. How do we look at that? How do we take that as a platform and marry it with an indirect approach, and which is transformational approach, where we start looking at identifying supplier development and how do we manage them, how do we engage with them, how do we support them through the journey, and have them part of the value chain in a sustainable manner. So there's a direct approach to supply development and the indirect approach, both independently important, but they also work best when you apply them together, the indirect approach and the direct approach. So in the indirect approach, like I mentioned, was a philanthropic approach, which is to look at assisting the communities, to get into communities by way of community centers, providing medical need, providing food, providing basic needs. That is critically important. How do we help on enterprise and development? How do we provide platform for those who are looking to be in hubs? And one of the things you'll be seeing in the next couple of days is that we have a new hub, a flagship hub coming up in one of the communities, where we were looking to address these needs, both through philanthropic but sustainable, and how do we drive transformation, meaningful transformation? How do we use the platform we have to encourage everyone to participate? And we looked at modules specifically to address some of the shortcomings in that community. So something that was very key for us as well was to look at how do I make an impact that is specific to that community, that is going to make a dent in that community, with the women there, with everyone who's wanting to be a part of the journey, who's going to put their hand up and say, I wish to be counted. How do I do this? This is one of them. So we realized as we did this that we have to look at all of these pillars and put them together, and not just create a hub, not just go into community and say, here are the different modules, here's how we can train you, here's the opportunities, but how do we invest time, money, and effort into you? How do we hold your hand through the journey? And how do we nurture you whilst you create your business and help you get to the last mile, which is having a sustainable business? Because a lot, we hear very often a lot of businesses have failed, but how do we manage, how do we use the platform, and how do we use the resources we have to ensure that what you start, we walk with you to keep you enabled and sustained for the long term? In doing this exercise, in working through this, the new flagship hub we have coming on, one of the key learnings, or one of the key things that became, that we found, and it's been mentioned almost through every speaker's conversation, is transit value chain. Our initiative, our mandate, or our reason for being is to absorb suppliers into our value chain, to create those sustainable opportunities. But we are one value chain. We cannot solve the problem by ourselves. We must use our platform, we must create dialogues, we need to link hands. So what was more important than just absorbing those that wish to be absorbed into the transit value chain, what was more key, what would take us further and longer, was to create an ecosystem of value chains, thereby linking all of our resources, linking all of our opportunities, and creating one platform to say, we may not be able to absorb all of you, but we recognize the need for everybody to have an opportunity. We recognize the need for everyone to have a sustained business, a sustained income, a sustained business. How do we do this? By collaborating. And that has been key in driving one of our key initiatives of the flagship hub, is how do we work together? All we can do, and I've said this in a few different talks, is that we can use the platform. My job, our job, is to produce the tools to help identify those tools that would reach out to the community, to reach out to women. And we've one of the things that was very important to us was to be inclusive. Young women, old women, women that are abled, women that are disabled. You will see in our new building, we've applied our minds to how to include everybody through having ramps, through having chair lifts to get people up and down the hub, to ensure that you don't feel like an afterthought. You are part of the conversation from the beginning. You are included and as important as anybody else. Doesn't matter if you are being reskilled or reschooled or retooled because you lost your job during COVID. You are as important to us as a 20-year-old starting out her career, as a 40-year-old woman who has lost her job and needs a new skill. So we've really applied our minds to that, to try and create a new way of doing things. And like I said, COVID has forced us to do more with less. And the only way we can do that, and the only way we can sustain that, is if we look at creating the ecosystem of value chains. leveraging each other's strengths and creating the platform. These are the tools that we are creating. These are the tools that we've identified to close the gap. But it's just a tool. It will remain a tool until such time as those that are listening in on the conversation, those that are in these communities, come forward and make yourself heard and seen. I think one of the first speakers said is that, how do we find you? How do you make yourself be seen? And that's where this becomes a success. That is where we truly transform it, is where it's not just the ecosystem of value chains that we're providing, it's how you are taking advantage of the opportunities, how you are making a difference where you are. And one of the things that is critically important in making this work is that you see it through. Skills is so important in what we're doing if we are going to break the glass ceiling. You know, you have to put yourself through those modules. It doesn't start when you're at work. I think from the poll earlier, we had students, we had young learners, and we had supply chain. It starts as early as being at school, staying the course, going to varsity, going to a tech, getting the skills required, looking at an opportunity and seeing it as, I can make a difference there, and not just in what has been perceived as soft skills or soft jobs. We need engineers. We need women pilots. We need women that are going to come in and do the maintenance on the freight rails and on the ships and on in the ports. We need you to be counted. If you come forward, we're there. We walk the journey together. And that is what has been key, and one of our key focuses is to say, I can't do it myself, but I can use what I have to the best of my ability. I can use my platform to further the cause, but it's with us linking hands, it's with us creating an ecosystem, and it is with us helping each other move forward that we create this culture. That's how we start transformation. That's how we sustain transformation, where it's not just about ticking a box. I need to get 20 women into the industry. I need to do that. That's the easy part. The difficult part is sustaining this over time. And that has been one of the key takeaways from us. And that is what we are wanting to do, is to use the platform we have as women in transport. We've done it in our own sector. We continue to do this in our own company, where you would have seen we've had a woman leader at the helm. And many of the senior positions are now held by women, which is a key change for us. It's encouraging as being in transit, seeing women leading. You're breaking the ceiling. We're now more comfortable saying, well, I want to be counted as well. And it does not matter whether you're in transit, in the corporate, in the economic hub of Johannesburg, or rural. We are reaching out, we are creating those opportunities, and we're linking, and we're saying, help us help you. Let us walk this journey together. And I am honored and privileged to be able to share a little about our company and a little bit about our initiatives. And I look forward to working with you and seeing you come through the ranks and seeing you come through the initiatives we're putting forward, and taking advantage of it and making it your own. Because otherwise, these are just tools. It becomes useful. It becomes a live thing when it's in your hands and you make the most of it. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I hope to see many more people here. I hope to see more men come into these conversations as well. It's important for them to realize that we are here and we are meant to be counted, and to help, and not to be afraid of them, but for help to take guidance from them or walk with them. So thank you, Program Director, for an incredible opportunity, for bringing us women together to encourage us to have these sorts of conversations, and we can only do better from here. Thank you.
Candice, thank you so much for sharing with ourselves on what Transnet is doing currently to ensure that we bolster women's businesses, we provide additional procurement opportunities to the entrepreneurs that we have out there. I mean, you've highlighted, and you really haven't stopped emphasizing the issue of the ecosystems that has been created, and looking at collaboration that will inform the process of running the entrepreneur business hubs that are being created. I'm aware from your side, you have also indicated that most of the business hubs that are created and the formation and the content thereof will be driven and it will be dependent by what is happening on each and every province, isn't it? And you know, I believe as well from your side that because you know, if you are looking at, I'll use an example of KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal, you know, if you're speaking of opportunities in maritime, and we start looking at shipbuilding, it's an opportunity on its own. The same with Cape Town as well. The same with bunkering as well. It's really one of the areas that is an opportunity that will be created by yourself. And what I'm really happy with is that you are also following the same approach of saying, let's build technical skills, unlike just driving generic skills around it. I know there will be a lot of questions that are coming your side. I think as soon as we finish up with the next speaker, then we're gonna be focusing on the question and answer session, so that any questions, colleagues that are participating, please ensure that you send them through. The questions that has to be answered will be after the conversation with Tita, as well as UN Women, Awiska, as well as right now with the Aviation Civil Authority. With that, I will introduce our next speaker, Ms. Pindiwe Gwebu, who is the executive of corporate services at SACAA, and her role there, she is a spokesperson of the regulator. She focuses on media and crisis communication for the organization, and she always deals with all the stakeholders within the aviation sector. She focuses on risk and compliance, stakeholder management, corporate security, and communications and marketing. And at her role, colleagues, I think one of the things that people want to understand is what is happening in the aviation. I think Deputy Minister has spoken around the challenges that we have seen so far with ATNS, the challenges that we have seen with SAA as well, already from the aerospace perspective, but also from the regulator perspective, from the authority perspective. I know there's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of thinking around how we're ensuring that there's more women that are getting opportunities and not cleaning, not catering, but the core of the aviation sector. Pindiwe, you can share your insights. Just tell us what you are doing around, bolstering, women in the entrepreneur. What are the entrepreneurship opportunities that exist, and what, programs do you have as an organization to drive such?
Thank you very much, Program Director Lebu. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the Deputy Minister, Mayor Magazi, whom I was introduced to when she was still the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport in Parliament, when the CAA was presenting our annual performance plans, as well as our performance from an annual report perspective. I'd also like to recognize the Deputy Minister, Cindy Chigunga, who was also our previous Deputy Minister. I think Deputy Minister Chigunga will realize that based on the report I'm going to give now, things have come full circle for us, because back in 2014, she launched women, I think it was August 2014, she launched a women conference or summit, as it was called, and she challenged all transport entities to take a step and make a commitment and sign a pledge to that effect of how we are going to ensure gender parity within the transport sector. So a lot of what I'm going to report now as part of the work that the CAA has done would basically emanate from that initiative that she launched back in 2014. I would also like to say that I am standing in for the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza, who unfortunately is not able to join us because her board meeting was moved forward to earlier this morning. It was initially scheduled for the afternoon, and so she wasn't able to join the session, but she does send her regards. I also like to recognize my fellow panelists as well as the participants in this webinar. I'd like to thank Lebu, you and your team for putting together such a valuable session that we are all learning from different sectors of the public, but also from a transport family perspective. So the topic that you had asked the CAA to speak on was really on closing the gap in the aviation industry, as well as what are the opportunities that we are seeing. I was very quick to point out to you that the CAA as a regulator is really a lawmaker. You know, we work with documents, we work on producing content and regulations that are eventually promulgated by the minister and the president from a legislative point of view. So most of the opportunities, especially from a procurement perspective, are very limited, and they are of the kind that we really don't want to concentrate on in this session, because they kind of box women into performing some of these soft type of projects, and yet women are capable of more. So what is it that who are we at the CAA? We are the regulator of civil aviation, and our customer base or stakeholders range anything from aviation personnel, which includes your pilots, cabin crew, aviation or aircraft maintenance engineers, and it spans right through to us licensing or certificating our airports, our airlines, and any of the companies that handle aviation security, as well as aviation infrastructure in various aviation companies. So in a nutshell, that's who we are. We are regulating the industry. We also equally enforce those regulations that are being put in place. And what has the CAA done in terms of closing the gender gap, in terms of, or rather, addressing gender parity from an internal perspective? Our internal transformation has moved in leaps and bounds. I say this because right at the top of our organization, we have a woman as a leader who is a CEO. In terms of our technical language, we call her the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza. Following her appointment, of course, into this role, she has ensured that the Executive Management Committee of the Civil Aviation Authority is 50% female, and it didn't just end there, it's 50% female and Black as well. We also, in terms of the employment equity statistics of this authority, we're currently sitting at about 49% of our staff are female and 51% are male. It's quite important to us that we do not box women into softer skills only, but also into the heart of aviation, and that speaks to technical talent. And from an inspectorate point of view, we are employing about 31% of our employees or inspectors are female. Right at the accounting authority level, our board is currently sitting at 42% female. And if you add, and that is just the non-executive directors, but if you add the executive director, who is the DCA, we are sitting exactly at about 50%. The CAA for the past 14 years has partnered with aviation entities as well as government departments that specifically play in the space of aviation to take the message of aviation to the previously disadvantaged right up to the rural areas. So for the past 14 years, we have championed together with these entities, and if I may just recognize them, SAA, AXA, Airports Company South Africa, ATNS, the Department of Transport, of course, and our airlines as well have come on board. We have actually also received some partnership with Denel Aviation as well, and TITA has participated quite broadly, quite deeply in terms of this program, which we call the Joint Aviation Awareness Program. We've taken the message because we do recognize and acknowledge that if people do not know what aviation is or that aviation actually exists, therefore we cannot even be speaking about introducing, or rather seeing a change from a business perspective. And therefore, in terms of the economic activity of previously disadvantaged individuals, it's important that we make sure that we plant the seed as early as possible in the life of the African child. From a bursary perspective, we understand that aviation, and I think Khatile touched on this, is a very expensive career to undertake for any African child. And as a result of this, in 2014, the CAA launched a bursary program where about 70 students so far have benefited from it. And of those 70 students, about 49% of them are female. We are also attracting some of our bursary students into in terms of employment opportunities at the CAA. And so far, most of the trainees that we have taken on at the CAA have been female as well. And this also extends to our intention programs as well. The majority of our interns are mostly female. And that goes also to our mentorship program, which is an internal one. And our internal bursary scheme benefits about 60% of our female employees. From a leadership development point of view, the CAA undertook a leadership program where all of from our junior managers right up until the executive level participated in a leadership program, development program, and 53% of those were female, rather. And also 41% of our staff currently that are participating in our coaching programs are women as well. And maybe I should just paint a picture in terms of how does it look like? How does the industry really look like? I'm not going to dwell a lot on skills because I think Khatile has touched on that. Just maybe to save time, I just want to paint this picture. In terms of the current aviation business point of view, the holders of the CAA certificate, which we call the Air Operator Certificate holders, currently there's about 222 in the country and about 66 RPAs, Operator Certificate holders as well in the country. And out of this number, we currently have only one active company that is fully women-owned, and one other company has just recently suspended their certificate, which means that out of the 222 air operator certificate holders in South Africa, one of them is owned fully by a woman. In terms of the aviation training organizations, we currently have got about 260 of those in the country, and 7 of them are fully owned by women, and 2 are partly owned by women and males as well. So I think I've painted a picture just so that for you to see, and obviously I don't even want to go into the statistics of other indirect aviation businesses where women are not yet playing a prominent role in aviation. So the picture is very, very bleak, as you can see, and as the statistics are already telling you. But the question then remains, what are we willing to do about this? The CAA in the past partnered with WIT, I think is the South African Network of Women in Transport. And through that program, through that partnership rather, we trained more than 550 women on just the PFMA, as well as what it is that they can do for them to bid successfully or to compete for business in the aviation space. And what are the opportunities, therefore, that we are seeing? In 2019, or should I start maybe with 2018, the CAA, through obviously our government and the Department of Transport, hosted the first ever global summit, Gender Global Summit, which was held in Cape Town, where we basically saw the world of aviation converging and discussing the issue on gender parity within the aviation industry. The aim of that particular conference was really to look at how do we ensure that females or women participate in the higher echelons of the different aviation structures and businesses. And a lot of feedback came from there, and the participation was actually quite very good. And I must say that as a follow-up, as a country, we decided to host in 2019 a national gender summit, where we are saying, as South Africa, following from the global summit, what is it that we want to do? What is it that we want to achieve? I mean, locally, from the aviation perspective. And some of the opportunities really also that we are seeing as the CAA is in terms of government championing a strategy that has been developed and that is currently being taken through the cabinet, and that we call the National Aviation or Civil Aviation Transformation Strategy. And as part of the strategy, the CAA becomes a key role player in it, in terms of making sure that we do ensure that our regulations, or the regulations that we have, actually do enable the participation of women in aviation. And feedback that we've received currently from companies that are women-owned is that they have found that aviation is a highly technical skill. And one of the issues that they've struggled with is to make sure, first and foremost, that they actually comply to the regulations. And what we have made as an input to the National Aviation Transformation Strategy is the issue of looking at regulations. However, I must contextualize that, because it is important for us to maintain the flagship position that we hold currently as South Africa in the global aviation space. It is important for us then to make sure that we do not lower our regulatory standards, but rather, what role can we play in terms of encouraging women to become successful when they do want to actually open businesses in South Africa. And we've identified a role for ourselves, other than looking at the regulations and making sure that they are open enough to allow women to enter through the door. But also there's an opportunity for us as the Civil Aviation Authority to also assist in terms of coaching and mentoring those members of the industry, that especially that are women who are encountering problems, in making sure that they do manage to comply with the regulations. One of the other things that we've also looked at internally, we've developed our own 3-year transformation strategy at the CAA, where we're looking at women development as a key focus area, but also from an enterprise as well as supplier development perspective. We're looking at how do we ensure that we create opportunities and a platform for women to actively participate in the CAA business now. And that is a program that is ongoing. And as part of that, we're also looking at, we're tracking this actually on an ongoing basis, on a quarterly basis, to check what progress are we making in terms of making sure that women benefit from the procurement spend at the CAA. This is a report that we provide to the Department of Transport on a quarterly basis. Some of the opportunities that we see from a CAA perspective is also on education and training. And we do believe that for women to be successful and thrive within the aviation industry, there's a need for them to be exposed to the aviation business. It has been a very closed industry for quite some time, and it has been predominantly white, male focused. And you see this a lot whenever the CAA engages any Black company. You will see the uproar both in the media fray. An example would be currently what is happening at the moment with the service provider that the CAA appointed, which is a Black company who is currently doing a flight calibration on behalf of the regulator. And the media attention that we're getting, and that is mostly spread by the aviation, your traditional aviators, is that they are not able to do the job. You know, you are risking, you are lowering the standards on safety, and all such things. And this is an opportunity for us to actually prove that not just Black people, but women are able to thrive, and they can hold their own in terms of making sure and upholding the standards from a safety and security perspective in aviation. And one of the programs that we had undertaken with WIT was also in the realization that as the aviation regulator, there's very limited infrastructure type of projects that we would ever get involved in. So what is meaningful transformation for women in aviation? Actually, this is found within our airlines, within our airports, and what we did as a regulator, using, of course, the influence that we have from a networking perspective, was to introduce women to the airlines, because sometimes it's difficult to access these offices where women want to know, what do you have in your plate as airlines? What is it that we can do? How can we participate and benefit from the industry? And what we've done and we've chosen as our role was also to make sure that we open those doors for women. And we were successful in many regards, but we still struggled, even as the regulator, we still struggled to open those doors for women. Just to have an introductory one-on-one session with their head of procurement to say what is available, how can women participate here? But it's something that we feel there's a need, there's a huge need for us to consolidate our efforts right from the regulator perspective, but also from a business perspective, to say what is it that we can do together to make sure that we do enable aviation. There are huge challenges for not just women, but Black people in the aviation industry. I've already quoted the statistics, I won't go through them, but we have to deal with breaking the stereotypes where there is a huge belief that for women cannot succeed and in the aviation industry, and that there's only certain positions, so to speak, that are fit for women and nothing further. We have to break those stereotypes by making sure that we put more and more women in positions of influence and leadership, the same as Ms. Poppy Khoza is at, and she is doing a sterling work at it. But we also have got women now at heading AXA, Ms. Mpumi Mpofu, and we are very excited with those prospects, and we want to see more and more entities within transport being headed by females, because we believe that females are more conscientious in terms of opening the doors for others behind them. And there are various barriers to entry in aviation, and one of them is perceptions that we have to dispel, that presupposes that because aviation has been male and white dominated, it means that Black people will never thrive in the industry. But one of the biggest barriers that we are aware of is the high capital investment required for businesses actually to thrive in aviation. You see it in the number of airlines. Yes?
Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you a bit. If we can just wrap up because of the time. I know a lot of commitment. Okay. And we still have 2 last speakers for our panel. Thank you.
I'm at the end. Okay. All right. And so there's one thing that I think most of the companies that have given us feedback, women-owned companies that have given us feedback, was the fact that you need high funding, basically, to make sure that you make it in aviation. And I think those are some of the challenges that we have to find answers to, even if it's to create the networks, especially with the likes of DTI and also the Development Bank of South Africa and so on, to make sure that these women do benefit from the programs that are there. Thank you, Lebo.
Thank you so much, Pindi. I think every time I always thought about the aviation sector, I'm like, I just thought of SAA a couple of years ago. And I think you from the authority perspective, from CAA, you are bringing a different element in terms of what you are driving, in terms of the opportunities, and what we should be focusing on. I mean, what is clear from our conversation is that you are focusing on collaboration. There's a lot of work that has been done, you know, with WIT and the collaboration with TITA as well in terms of upskilling. There is an opportunity as well for professionals as well to be part of the organization, and it is very evident from the leadership that you have in the organization. There's more women that are really you know, leading, that are making a difference as well. So it's very important that the young ones and other professionals get to understand, be interested in the aviation sector so that they can become your future employees as well. But what you are also reflecting as well is an element of what you are tracking from the procurement opportunities as well. To say that with CAA, you are driving towards mentorship and coaching and building the technical capabilities of all these entrepreneurs to understand the sector itself, having understanding that at this point in time, it's highly complicated, highly technical, highly operational, but you do have a drive for collaboration to ensure that all of those opportunities can be unfolded as well. So I think because of how the subsector is streamlined, it's very important that we focus more on the mentorship and coaching, building the technical skills. Then we can really look at that incubation that fits them back in the organization. I think that's my understanding and where the opportunity really is for the entrepreneurs. All right, so I'm going to quickly just go through. We have two last panels, colleagues, and I would really want us, you know, just to manage the time. I know we have extra 20 minutes for Nikki and also Kanyile to really share a lot of work that they are doing in the industry. And I'm going to introduce Ms. Nikki Scott, who will be really focusing on how we get the women in the driver's seat as well. And who is Nikki? She's an entrepreneur and a transport specialist, and she has operated a highly successful business within the logistics sector. And she always strives to really inspire women in transport. I know her, she's got a passion for transport. And she's the founder of Siaduma Auto Ferreras, which was established in 2004, and she had sold it in 2018 to a JSE listed group. So that's one of the entrepreneurs that made it in our sector. And she is focusing in that. Currently, Nikki, she is focusing on the Commercial Transport Academy, the organization that she has founded. In that organization, she has formulated strategic partnerships with OEM and developing industry professionals for the transport and logistics industry. And where she has been recognized. She was a top young female entrepreneur in 2010, Women in Transport, Diversity and Inclusion Awards that she has received in 2012, 2013 Top CEO Award. Listen, she has done it all and she has been awarded. I think Nikki is one of the entrepreneurs that has been successful, that has made it in the, and she is continuing to impact and to make a difference in the sector. So she's going to tell us, how do we ensure that we get women on the driver's seat? Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Lebo. Sure, I'm actually proud of myself just listening to that whole lineup. So, am I right? I need to share anything? Can I just carry on speaking? Good. Okay, cool. So, as mentioned, I created a transport company very young. I was 21, 22 in 1995, and yes, I sold it in 2018 to a JSE listed company. But towards the end of the time that I was operating that business, we had won a gender diversity award. And when I really looked at my operation, I realized that while my office, my administrative staff, my financial and my operation management was very diverse, and we were in excess of 51% female representation in that area of the business, we hadn't diversified the drivers. And that got me focused around how could I actually create more diversity in the business by upskilling females to become commercial truck drivers. We decided to make the move, and we appointed one woman, and it was a horribly unsuccessful initiative. And this is probably where a lot of transport companies will stop and say, but I employed one woman and she was terrible, the organization didn't work with her, she didn't fit into our culture, so it didn't work for us and we're not going to try again. It didn't stop me, because I realized that I hadn't followed due process. What I had failed to do was actually initiate conversation with my male drivers. I hadn't put the necessary policies and processes in place to support not only the one woman that we appointed on our long haul route between Joburg and Durban, but for all the women that would follow from her. So what we then did is we then partnered with Isuzu Truck South Africa, and we started a learnership where we empowered women, and those women came into our business. But again, I hit a stumbling block where my male drivers specifically actually said to me that if this was now a career for women, it was no longer good enough for men. And that took a lot of convincing and a lot of conversation to actually help these men understand that the women were not coming in to replace them. They weren't there to take their jobs, but they were there to support these men in vacancies that were coming through. And I'd really hope that they would see it as an opportunity for their daughters, their cousins, nieces, sisters, and so forth. But it did take some convincing, and we were very successful in the learnerships that we've that followed. And I'm very grateful for TITA's support that we have had through those programs, and continue to have their support. So that brought me to, I did my master's from 2017 until 2019, and I did my dissertation for that master's on the underrepresentation of female commercial truck drivers employed in the transport sector. And what I really wanted to understand was what were the challenges that we needed to overcome to assist female truck drivers into the industry, and then secondly, what were the obstacles that we had to overcome to keep women retained in the industry, because they were entering but they were not necessarily staying in the organizations, and this was a common complaint. I'm going to go through a little bit of the research because I think it's so important that you hear this, and I'd like to mention that this research has actually spurred us on to say we need to do more. The outcome of the research is we had to look at a much broader audience to actually be able to uplift women. So pushing the industry and pushing women into the industry is really important. What we found was that women were willing to be developed as commercial truck drivers. They wanted the work experience. But a lot of the transport operators perceive women to be a risk. They perceive them to be an operational constraint, because with men they could use them on short haul or long haul, but with women they would only want to put them on certain routes, only maybe during the day, and it was an operational problem for them. While we have gender equity legislation and the numerous statutes that Anne spoke of that have supported women entering the industry, the transport companies are not held accountable for their lack of female representation. And I think that that is a major frustration for me. If there were penalties and fines imposed, they probably would rather pay the fines and employ female truck drivers. Female drivers are willing to work local and long haul, and I think that was an absolute revelation when I interviewed these women, and there were over 60 women, female truck drivers that I interviewed for the dissertation. They knew the risks. They went into the industry with their eyes wide open. They knew what they were going to be exposed to. Many of them even understood that there was a risk of being raped and being molested. They knew of the various strike environments that they might go into, be it industry strikes or whatever else. They accepted those risks, but they were to be the trailblazers so that there could be change in the industry. What we have on the other side of this is that there is a lack of infrastructure in the industry to actually support these women in long haul. So we don't have sufficient truck stops. The oil companies have not come on board, and the franchisees that own the franchises of the various engines, Shells, Caltexes, and so forth. Other than a couple of key routes, like on the N1, I think Middelburg also has one or two. Many of the national routes do not have truck stops for women. They don't have ablution facilities. In fact, many of those truck stops are not even adequate for men. So we definitely need a lot more work in that area. We have to lobby for change. We picked up that both men and women believe that women are totally suited for the industry. Technology is supporting them. The trucks are automatic. The loading and offloading equipment, the warehousing equipment, all supports the fact that women can come into the industry. Physical strength is no longer a constraint. And then when we had a look at some of the areas where there were challenges, what we found that there was a resistance to change in the industry. So this resistance happened at an operational level, an organizational level. It also happened amongst women, strangely enough, where women were not pushing and promoting other women within organizations. So while leadership and management were women and there was that sort of level of transformation, they themselves were not encouraging female truck drivers to come into the organization. We also were quite surprised to see the amount of resistance that women encountered from their mothers, from aunts, and from senior women in communities, where they felt that this wasn't an occupation for other women. And especially if the male figure in the relationship was unemployed, to have a woman in a non-traditional occupation while her husband wasn't at work was a bit of an insult, and it actually posed quite a strain on the relationship. In terms of the positive behaviors that we've seen, I'm not going to try and debate on this platform that women are better drivers. We know we are. And the data is there. There is international data to support the fact that women make amazing drivers. They are, they're not risk takers. They take better care of their equipment. They take better care of their customers. They're just a lot softer in the workspace. So we know this to be the case. But there is definitely this discrimination that we're seeing in the workplace is coming from these unconscious biases that exist. So what do we do? You know, what is actually necessary here? When I tried to do a learnership that TITA had funded for us, we wanted to develop 20 drivers, and they needed to meet the requirement in terms of being unemployed, a specific age, matric certificate. And I was horribly challenged to try and find women that met that criteria, especially women that had a Code 14 license already. So to curb that gap in the industry and to make it possible for women to actually participate on learnerships or internships, I then approached Volvo Trucks South Africa, and we initiated a brilliant program which is running. And I want to say that, and I asked Lebo, please share my information for women that might be interested. Iron Woman South Africa is an initiative that develops unemployed women with the criteria that we need, and that criteria is what you would need if you are to secure a job in the industry. So it made sense for us that we met that criteria, the minimum criteria. So Iron Woman will assist you financially secure a Code 14 license legitimately. Then we will assist you. We use 2 or 3, I think it's 3 unit standards from the National Certificate of Professional Driving, sort of operate a vehicle combination, load safety and health and safety in the workplace. You will cover those 3 short skills program, and then from there we put you into the workplace where you develop workplace experience for 4 to 6 months. That gives you the ability to put something on a CV, making you eligible to enter a program where you would then be mentored in the employment of an organization. We have, so that's to get women ready and to enter the market. We are then working on 2 initiatives that will then assist women through learnerships. We have, I must also mention, we also developed, I can't mention the FMCG's name, but we also developed owner drivers for the industry. That was a very proud moment because that was the first time this organization not only had ever employed women, but had developed owner drivers for the industry. So we continue to do that. The other element of our business is around entrepreneurs, but I'll come to that in a second. For me, the way forward with female truck drivers, and I know safety is a big concern, it keeps coming up, but there is no data at this point to support the fact that women are at any more risk than what men are in the industry. When there is an industry strike or and trucks are stopped, a male truck driver jumps out and he runs like hell, and so will women. It's not, I don't believe it's going to change. So I think that you know, men don't stand there and try to guard the truck and protect the load. They get out of the way and they protect themselves because that part of the business is insured. I know there is a risk in terms of women being raped, but I ask the question is that when a lady wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning and has to walk to the taxi, and then taxis to work to be on duty at 6 or 7 o'clock, and then finishes at 6 o'clock at night and walks in the dark to the next taxi to go home. Why aren't transporters that worried about women in that space? Why are we so worried about the 12 hours that they're working? Is it a reputational risk issue that we're trying to address? If we truly want to use that as an excuse why we can't employ women, I know it sounds a little bit sort of shallow for me to say it, but if women really want to participate in the industry, I do believe we need to give them fair opportunity. And we don't always have to think long haul because a huge component of the work is actually short haul and the bus industry. So women can easily succeed in doing short haul work, 12-hour shifts, 8 to 12-hour shifts while we wait for the rest of the industry to catch up in the form of safe truck stops and safer route control. So the other thing that we have been looking at is that we recognize that in the opportunity to develop owner drivers, so is the opportunity to develop entrepreneurs and micro enterprises. And we started doing that because underpinning some of these organizations and the ability to scale is what I would consider a fundamental program that they follow and a tool that they implement in their business, which is RTMS. The Road Transport Management System is a program that is a SANA standard, and it is key to the success of young transporters. It makes them more compliant, it makes them more sustainable, and most of all, it gives them access to PBS. And this is what our Deputy Minister was speaking about. If you can operate a PBS fleet, you will then start looking at increasing payload, but reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is exactly what we needed to create a greener environment. We assist these micro enterprises from an owner driver up to a small enterprise with the technical skills and access to market. So wrapping up, because I know we're really over time for today, I really truly believe that women belong in the industry as truck drivers, as entrepreneurs. I can speak from history and from the success of being in the industry for 25 years and owning and operating my own company, a transport company, for 23 years. I do not believe, and I know this might sound controversial, but I do not believe that being a woman is a negative in the industry. It makes it a lot more interesting. What I do feel is that we need to, as women, we need to build sustainable organizations, and that would be really the major focus. And I think my time is up. If anyone would like more information, please contact Labour on the truck driving initiatives that we are running that can maybe assist you and your organization, because we are looking for homes for the women that we have already trained, and we're looking for open-minded organizations that are willing to employ them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikki. We really appreciate your awesome and insightful insight. I like the fact that you're already saying it. Like I said when we started, hashtag transport is women. And it's exactly that. Transport is women. I mean, you are indicating the importance of women, and you are saying that women belongs on the road. We must not look at gender and think that they cannot drive a truck. We cannot look at gender and think that they cannot operate their successful businesses. But what you're also indicating the challenges in terms of safety in truck stops as well, to really say that with all that we are doing, with all our efforts as well, we need to ensure that women are protected. There is safety that is happening on the road. We need to ensure that all of that, it also creates opportunities then that we build sustainable businesses as well for these entrepreneurs as well. So there's two sides to it, building sustainable entrepreneurs, but you're also reflecting an element of women as drivers, and which is something that is totally different from how we've seen things happening traditionally, that has always been men on the road. Now we start seeing more females becoming truck drivers out there, and let us be alert, let's ensure that from the safety perspective, they are also protected as well. And I think it also takes us to the next conversation, to our next speaker, which is Kanyile Silebo, because Kanyile, from the CBRTA perspective, I think one of the areas that they focus on is safety. As part of cross-border transportation, the compliance matters as well, which really enable women to participate in the transport sector. Kanye, just to tell you who Kanyile is a senior manager who's responsible for industry development at the Cross-Border Road Transportation Agency. She has a strong background in export development, trade promotion, trade facilitation, and business development. Her previous roles include trade promotion specialist and aftercare specialist, and also a provincial trade and investment person in the agency. I think Kanyile, from her side, looking at her role, you can already understand that she knows what is happening across the border, outside the South African vicinity, because part of growth is being able to participate outside the border, from the freight perspective and any other opportunities that exist there. Kanyile, if you can give us some insight in terms of people understanding, what is cross-border transportation and what are the opportunities that are in fact existing within the organization, and how you are enabling that through collaboration, and what people can tap into from the organization perspective.
Lovely, thank you, Lebo. I guess moja morago ke kgosi he.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Lebu. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon, right? To the two deputy ministers, my fellow panelists, beautiful guests, and most importantly, our host, Lebu. Thank you very much for the invite. We really appreciate this conversation. I mean, it has been a very insightful morning. Not to waste any time, just to tell you a little bit about Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, because I know a lot of people do not know who we are. And we are Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. We are one of many entities of government, in particular the National Department of Transport. We exist to regulate the commercial movement of passengers and goods across the borders. So what we basically do then, we regulate the commercial movement of passengers and goods over the corridors, or rather the borders, through a permit system. So we issue a permit to operate as an operator, whether that is a taxi operator, bus operator, tour operator, or a freight operator. If you're moving goods across the border for commercial gain, you need to have a permit from us. As you would know, as a regulator, we are a regulator, we're not an economic development agency. However, we do support operators that are already having our permits to allow them to progress the corridors and the neighboring countries flawlessly or effortlessly as much as we can. It's never flawless, it's never effortless, it's a lot of work. There are a lot of challenges which actually then create opportunities. The same challenges that we complain about, it's an opportunity for entrepreneurs to take that challenge and turn it into an opportunity. So starting with the primary opportunities, because we are a regulator regulating the commercial movement of passengers and goods, opportunities exist in the taxi industry. So there are opportunities for women to actually get involved in taxi operation across the border, bus operation across the border, tour operations across the border, as well as freight movement of freight across the border. This particular year, Cross-Border Road Transport Agency took a deliberate decision to focus on women, young people, and people with disability, to ensure that we have participation of these target groups in the cross-border industry. And we've particularly focused on tour and freight for this year. We could have focused on all of them, but we wanted to set targets for ourselves that are achievable, and we wanted to have a focus, in how we intervene in bringing in young people, women, and people with disability. Of course, the Deputy Minister has already alluded to the fact that we have had challenges because of COVID-19, where we aren't able to share information as often as we could have or we had in the past. But this has also given us an opportunity to look at the different strategies and review some of the strategies. We currently are reviewing the industry development strategy, and we're taking all of these things that are happening currently with COVID-19 and everything else that is happening around us into consideration as we review these strategies. But like I said, the opportunities then exist in the four sectors as I had mentioned. I have to be honest that I think one or two of our panelists have already mentioned that getting into the industry is an easy thing. It's an easy, you come, you get a permit, we facilitate for you to get funding, you get a truck, a bus, a taxi, whatever it is. It is the sustainability of these businesses that is usually a big challenge, which is why we would then look at, again, remembering that we are a regulator. We don't have complete resources to do all the things that we would love to do, which is why partnerships are very important. We have benefited from funding from TITA for a mentorship program that we ran in the previous year. We are looking at collaborating with AWISCA as well, and also look into mentorship programs to help those that are already in the industry to understand the industry better, but also to help them be sustainable in that process. So not everybody can be a taxi operator, a bus operator, or tour operator, or even a freight operator. Not all of us will be. If all of us had to go into that industry, there wouldn't be any other growth anywhere else. And when you move passengers and goods, it is coming from somewhere, right? So if we were all to be in the transport industry, as in operating a bus, a taxi, or even a truck, we would not be able to grow the economy as much as we want to. But also because there are challenges as operators are trying to transverse through the corridors and through the neighboring countries. We also need people to be looking at other opportunities that exist by virtue of these challenges happening. One of the challenges I can talk to right now, it's the development of truck stops. I think my fellow panelist, Uniki, just mentioned it earlier on, that there aren't enough of those truck stops. The opportunities also exist for women. The Deputy Minister also did indicate we should not only be looking at cutting grasses and things like that, but we should be thinking big. Women should be looking at how they, how do you say, how women should be looking at how we can, how we can, what's that running away from me, English? How we can then look at what the challenges are and overcome those challenges. And I know as women, we're good at doing that. We're good at looking at challenges and resolving those challenges. Truck stops are one of the major challenges that we have. As cross-border road transport agencies, road safety is very important to us, and safety of consignment and the people that are being driven across the borders is important to us. And that then means that when we do engage with truck drivers, for example, we do encourage them to stop every 2 hours and rest. But there aren't enough places for them to rest. That creates an opportunity for those that have the means and the appetite to look into truck stops. And now those truck stops also create other opportunities for those that don't have the muscle to be looking at a truck stop as an opportunity. That means if little filling stations along the corridor are important, automotive services as the truck is waiting at the truck stop, do we have women that can come in and replace a tire, for example, replace windscreens, for example, or just general maintenance of vehicles as they're waiting for whether it's access into the border post or whether it is documentation from the good owners. Whatever the case is, that is an opportunity in itself, and that opportunity also creates other little opportunities for others to tap into it. There's also issues of consignment tracking, or consignment and fleet tracking, just to ensure that the safety of vehicles and also the goods that are inside that vehicle are safe. It's an opportunity for women, for those that are techno-savvy and those that are innovative. They could look at things like that. There's also opportunities for manufacturing of vehicle registration recognition systems or cameras for purpose of law enforcement, but also safety of cargo and people along the corridors. The Deputy Minister indicated earlier on again that you have communities along these, in this case, he was talking about communities along the ports. In our case, we're talking about communities along the corridors going into the different borders. How do we help them benefit from the movement of passengers and goods across the borders? We have a Border Towns initiative, that we collaboratively working together with the different municipalities. We have already signed a number of MOUs. There's already a number of initiatives that we have run with the different municipalities and communities along the corridors. And this include skills development for young people. And it's not just training, but actual experience, because in the previous year, we have actually employed, even though it was for a fixed period, we have trained and employed young people to work in some of the projects that we were running on the corridor, as well as the border itself. One of those was the calculator project, which was meant to calculate the time it takes for a truck to transit, or a bus to transit between a certain point and within the border space and along the corridor. So we needed to know how long it takes, because it wasn't enough for us to be told there are delays in the space. We wanted to know how long are these delays, what is causing these delays, and we use these young people to do the surveys for us. They interview the truck drivers, but that also gives them not just the experience, but the zest and the encouragement, or even the the encouragement to have interest in the transport industry. A lot of them, when we recruited them, they had no knowledge of the transport space. The minute they came into our space and we trained them, they started engaging us and telling us they would like to pursue a career in transport, in the transport sector, and so forth. And some of them have actually went on and registered and are now currently studying, and we do continue to support them. So yes, without wasting a lot of time, these are a lot of opportunities that exist outside, even though they are outside the transport industry, they are also in support of the transport industry itself. One other opportunity that I think it's a huge opportunity for women is the establishment of accommodation along the corridors. We do travel to these areas when we do work, and most of the time we struggle to get decent accommodation. Accommodation and conferencing facilities are a need in the space. I mean, even for the truck drivers that are tired, that you can imagine somebody that had been driving from DRC all the way to Durban, at some point they would need to rest, a proper rest with a decent bed and a decent shower. So those are some of the opportunities that are existing in the space that we think women should take advantage of them. But we do have an industry development unit within Cross-Border Road Transport Agency that can assist you and support you and help facilitate any interested party, hopefully a woman, to come into the industry, whether it's through operating services of taxi, bus, tour, or even freight, or any other business that is related or that is linked to the cross-border commercial business. So I will share the details with Ukatleho and the colleagues so that we can start engaging, because there is a lot that we can talk to, but we don't have enough time. So for us to be able to properly engage, I would really invite women that are participating in this and those that are not here that you know would be interested in, to please contact us and let's have that conversation. Let's see how we can start supporting you, whether it's through the cross-border road transport operations or as a support sector for the cross-border road transport operation. Thank you, Lebo, for inviting us. You are rushing me. I have to declare and tell everybody that you have been saying that you're going to cut me off. But I really, really, really appreciate this opportunity, and I'm really feeling blessed to be in the midst of all the women that are currently speaking today, and we really appreciate it, Lebo. I hope that we will have more sessions like this, and we will allocate more time to have these conversations. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanye. Thank you so much. I mean, cross-border is one of the areas that a lot of entrepreneurs just do not know where the opportunities really reside. And just for noting, it sounded like women abuse out there, and that's one thing that we are not. And I think for the interest of time, colleagues, and we're meant to finish off at 12 o'clock. I think these are very beautiful conversations, and they're not once-off conversations that we are having. And we'll continue with them on a month-to-month basis on specific areas. Thanks a lot for sharing your insights. And colleagues, you know, to the participants, as you can hear, there's a lot of opportunities that are there within Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. I know one of the questions and some of the comments that are coming through is really saying that how do we access these opportunities? And the most important part of it is that one of the collaboration that we try to venture into with CBRTA is really ensuring that if we have a database of your information, that's what we're looking at. You're an entrepreneur, you've got a business, and you cannot access opportunity. Our role as a WISCA, because we have partnership with the industry, we want to be able to have your access and share all these opportunities with yourself from either TITA, from CBRTA, but also from all these other huge logistics organizations that we have in our country. So to all the speakers, it has been awesome listening to yourself, you know, sharing your insights and what is happening. I'm going to take the next 5 minutes only, so that we wrap up by 1 o'clock exactly. Just to address some of the questions. I think there's been some notes, there's been some questions already that we've been trying to respond to, but which I know that as part of the alignment also going forward, I will ensure that we give all the answers as part of the feedback that we're giving to all the participants. But I will ask 1 or 2 questions to each one of you. And I will start with yourself, Yayeri. I think one of the questions that has been asked has been around mentorship and coaching. And everyone is asking, how do we become part of this mentorship and coaching circles? How do we become part of this whole process? How do we, get engaged as part of this process? How do we get access, to the professionals out there that can provide procurement opportunities? If you can at least give us a response to that, and as you do that, if you can also wrap up on yourself and really say, police, there's the one thing that I want you to focus on as part of you closing off your side.
Thank you, Lebu. I think just to answer that question, we have asked the team to put up the details so that whoever is interested in partnering or collaborating or taking part in any of the mentoring and coaching circles, can get in touch with us. So we have, as I mentioned, there's a student chapter, and I think most of the questions were coming from students or young professionals who are really seeking to take advantage of the initiatives that we're currently running. So please do reach out to the email that was provided, mentorship@awiska.org, and the team will send you membership forms and registration forms, and then they'll continue engaging with you to make sure that you are fully integrated with the programs that we are currently running for students. I think the same applies for women as well. We are continuously building a database of women entrepreneurs in the space. So I think the process is still similar. Send us an email on the email address that was given, and we will send you forms. And I think after that, you will be integrated into our database, and whatever communication on opportunities or mentorship circles or whatever other initiatives that we're driving will be communicated to you. And I need to rush, Lebu. I have another engagement now in 5 minutes or so. But it's just really to thank you and to thank everyone that participated in this session. I think this is the beginning of many more sessions that we're going to have. And I think what stood out for me was the fact that all of the speakers, from the organizations that were invited have mentioned that they have initiatives that they're driving too. And I think collaboration for us is becoming more and more important, because we need to also integrate ourselves in terms of the initiatives instead of duplicating work, and making sure that we are in alignment in terms of what government is doing, in terms of what international organizations such as the UN are doing. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to engaging with the ladies. Please feel free to contact me if you want to engage further. I will ask the team as well to put up my email address. You can also reach me on LinkedIn or any other platform that you choose to touch base with me on. Thank you very much, Lebu. I'm sorry I need to run, but thank you very much to you and to the ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayeri. That is one of the reasons I started with you, because I know that you have to leave. Thank you so much, and for being part of the panelists today. So the next question will go to Khatile. Khati, I think one of the disgruntlement and the questions that are being asked right now is really saying that, there is an opportunity to be accredited service providers. And we believe that the accreditation process is taking just way too long. So the question is, how long are all these organizations supposed to be waiting for the process, obviously, to emanate on from the teacher side? Because we know that it's an opportunity that still exists for potential coaches, mentors, or entrepreneurs to be focused on training and development.
Thank you, Melitwalo, let me thank you first for the opportunity to allow us to come today and share this moment with you, and to all the ladies who have been with us here for the past couple of hours. Thank you for still staying on. From us at TITA, the it's indeed, the process of accreditation is long, and let me explain the value of why at times things like duration are important. In terms of compliance, a host of elements that are looked at in order to assist you, the service provider, to be compliant so that you can then reap the benefits of the disbursements, the monies that will be coming from us. But remember, the monies are coming from government. So it's very important that we do things right the first time. So we don't fall into the problem that is happening now with what Mema Kazi spoke about with the COVID-19 problems that we are having now with PPE. But again, the second problem, or the thing that has made it worse, is the pandemic. People do understand that we go out there to do accreditations and workplace approvals so that you get accreditation. And the whole time, this has been physical. We go out and we look and we sign off. But with the pandemic, that had to stop, of course, when we went into hard lockdown. But now it has caused a disruption. So it means that we had to rework our processes so that we can continue working going forward, because we do realize the pandemic is going to be here with us. So we have changed a couple of our work processes. There are processes that are now done remotely and online. And yes, it is slow because we also need to skill our people to be able to do that the same way that you will be able to do that when you offer e-learning. So the whole value chain has to adapt to this new disruption caused by the pandemic. And we hope that we will emerge giving a duration there, probably the beginning of the calendar year next year, with everybody being now on par, being able to offer e-learning, be able to do the accreditations online where we don't have to physically travel. But hang in there, it's a new dawn. Thank you.
Oh, I'm speaking to myself. Thank you so much, Khatile, and for your contribution to this panel. There's other questions that has been raised, which I know that we will send them through to you, then you can respond, then we'll share it with the all the participants. And it's really around what training is available, you know, what are we doing in terms of the blue economy, because I know that from the teacher perspective, that has been driven. So there's more questions around that I want that we respond specifically for the participants. And thank you again for being part of this platform. Okay, another question. I'll just ask Nikki. Nikki, you've been there. You've ran a transport company. You've busy training as well. And for me, it's one area and one element which is very important in really driving the motivation, the coaching, and getting women to participate, to really say that it can be done. I have done it. Other women have done it. You can do it. So tell me, what advice would you give to a student in the supply chain sector, in transportation specifically? And you know, and I'm talking about that young student that is that has limited opportunities to enter the market.
I think first of all, Lebo, it's really important that they are clear about what they want to do in the industry, that they have the drive and passion that is going, and the commitment that's going to be required of them. Transport's a 24/7 industry. You never get to break away from it. You never get an annual holiday that you can switch off and just break free from the business. So you really need to understand the industry you're going into. You need to have a very clear why of why you want to be in the industry. You need to surround yourself with strong people, and I would strongly advise that you get a coach. I learned valuable but stressful lessons through right up until probably my 18th year in business, that if I'd had a business coach, I could have circumvented many of those, somebody to brainstorm with, because entrepreneurship can be incredibly lonely. And although I started my business in '95 in a very different time, I went up against what I believe were the cartels of the industry. These were heavily male-dominated businesses that had been in place for years, and they were almost unshakable. And I had to be very creative as to how I entered the market. And although I've heard it said a couple of times today that transport is still male-dominated, it is still white dominated, these should not be challenges. If you truly are committed and you're truly interested, get into the industry. Make sure your business is ready, that you can participate in ED opportunities or tenders, that you have all the right processes and systems in place to support a tender that could be awarded to you. Make sure you yourself have the support structure that you can build resilience, because you're going to need it, and that you can build sustainability of your business. Make sure you implement the right compliance systems so that you are running a safe operation and that you can sleep at night, because I can tell you it very often can run away with you. And I know you didn't ask me the question about women drivers, but I want to say as a last shout out that I'd love to challenge organizations. Let my partner now, Florence, and I assist you, and Labour as well, in collaborating with you. Let us assist organizations implement change management strategies that will allow women to come into businesses as truck drivers. And if you are a female truck driver, I ask you to be patient with industry. It is going to catch up. We just need a little bit more time to be able to show the positive impact of women on the African continent. Thank you.
Nikki, thank you so much for that. And I would like, where is Candice? I've got a question for Candice as well. And Candice, my question to you, it's good that there is all these hubs in the from the Transnet perspective, and also looking at various modes that Transnet is focusing on. There is really a question around pipelines. And the question is really saying that what are the opportunities? Is Transnet also looking at focusing on the business hubs that looks at developing prospective entrepreneurs in the pipelining sector?
Thank you, Lebo. So like we mentioned earlier, I think you touched on it earlier, is that we have our first flagship hub coming up soon. And what we focused on in that area was looking at industries that were specific there. So as you mentioned, as we move through the various provinces, if all things equal, if this is successful, we will be focusing where transit pipelines is important, and it's based in Durban, like you said, KwaZulu-Natal. So we will focus on making sure that the modules and the opportunities we provide are community-specific, province-specific. One of the other key learnings we learned is when we started this hub is that it's not a cookie-cutter design. It has to be specific to where we are invested in. So to your point, all of those industries, pipelines, port authorities, and I understand pipelines being the smaller one or the less exposed, absolutely. But we will definitely look at it as being valuable or more opportunities presented when we get into that space. And we'll definitely bear that in mind.
Thank you so much, Candice. Kanye, from your side, I mean, you've shared, straight to the point, these are the opportunities, this is what is existing. My question to you, what is your advice, for women, operating in the freight industry, in terms of their successes? What are the things that they can really look out for out there for them to really make it to be sustainable?
Thank you, Levo. I think the best advice I can give to women operators or women in general, that whatever business that you go into, you must do proper homework, you must do proper research, you must understand what it takes to be sustainable in that industry. It doesn't help for you to see Ukanye doing trucking and you want to go for trucking, when taxi operations can be a better option for you. But you need to do your homework. It's not an easy thing. It's very difficult. But if you get the compliance right, if you understand what is required of you as a business, whether that is business processes or whether that is documentation, whatever the case is, whatever is required for you to have in the business, you need to make sure that you have that. And again, I think somebody has already mentioned it. It's very important that you surround yourself with the women and other people, not just women, even men in the industry that can assist you, that can guide you. And help is there, it's out there. All you need to do is to reach out and ask for it.
All right, Kanye, thank you so much for that and being part of the panelists. We are really getting to the end, colleagues, and I would like to request Ms. Ayanda Mbimbi from UN Women to give us a vote of thanks and closing from her side. And while she is still connecting, I would like to tell everyone that we will definitely be sending the link to this conversation. We will ensure that all the answers and questions are being responded to, and we shall also ensure that these conversations are not awaiting Women's Month only. It's a month-to-month coaching circles that we'll have, then really streamlined across all the various subsectors individually. Thank you. Where is Ayanda? Ayanda, can you unmute? Can you unmute her there?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Technology just wanted to fail me. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. This has been a really very useful webinar where I want to just reiterate the hashtag Transport is Women, because I think it's really important that we also recognize women-owned enterprises as part of the industry. I want to thank our speakers, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Mayor Makadzi. We're very grateful to you for your leadership and support. I hope that you can still rely on you, on your continued support as we implement this work. I also want to acknowledge Honorable Deputy Minister Chitunga and all the panelists and the organizers for ensuring that the little details and requirements have been taken on board. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge the participants who have been with us now for more than 3 hours, and they have participated, they actively contributed to the conversation through the charts. And I hope that the questions that you have raised have been answered, and Awiska will definitely, hopefully, follow up with you on the specific questions that you have asked about how you get support, who do you contact, and what do you need to do. And last but not least, I want to just acknowledge the role that's played by Awiska in organizing this platform so that we can share solutions on the challenges that we're facing. And I think the webinar has highlighted very important, pertinent questions that we need to consider. The size of the transport and logistics pie, and what percentage of that goes to women-owned enterprises, and also reminding us that this industry contributes to 9% of the GDP. And if we are then looking at the exclusion of women, we're talking about exclusion of women in the 9% of the economy. And there's from all the speakers that have spoken today, there's a whole very important resolution about how we need to challenge the status quo and provide solutions. And we need to work on the attitudes and some of the barriers that are experienced by women in entering the community, but also ensuring that we provide the appropriate and relevant support to women-owned enterprises. I want to acknowledge the concerted efforts that have been demonstrated by the various speakers when they were sharing what each of the institution is doing in relation to this. And I want to congratulate you for the excellent results and excellent initiatives that you are implementing. We have been reminded today that we are not starting from scratch. We have enablers that we can leverage on. I think the presidential pronouncement of 40% procurement spend to women-owned businesses is an important one, because it creates an environment where we need to be able to drive this agenda and facilitate access to business for women-owned enterprises in this sector. We also have good examples of different models that we need to hone on and strengthen to ensure that we provide the right information, the correct platforms, the skills that are required, and we handhold women throughout this journey. It is important. We need to all contribute to creating an ecosystem that will be able to support women-owned businesses. I think the task at hand in reversing centuries of discrimination and gender equality is huge. Ms. Nkituku was sharing with us about we are 257 years away from gender equality, and we have sustainable development goals. We have all the different plans. And I think the key is what do we need to do to reverse this unprecedented global wealth that with the devastating impact of COVID-19, how do we ensure that we turn this around with all our efforts? What do we need to do more from what has been shared today? I think the key message that I want to leave you with is that gender responsive procurement can have a transformational impact on the market and contribute to women's economic empowerment. And I think that it is important for us to continue to remind ourselves of the potential of that, so that we look at the various strategies on how we can shift the needle moving forward. And I hope that we're all going away with a very clear understanding of the task at hand. We need to work together to implement the solutions shared with us today. And if we do this, we will manage to reverse the years of gender inequality, but also will be able to reap more benefits from shared efforts. So in closing, I want to thank each one of you, and I want to thank you for your time. And I just also want to reemphasize that indeed transport is women. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayanda. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm assuming that there is gentlemen in the conversation, this is the end of our dialogue, but it's not the end of our conversations. Like we said, we are always there, and we want you to watch out for more dialogues that are happening on a monthly basis. Send your contact details to us so that we can also share as much information as we can and opportunities with yourselves that exist. Thank you so much to the speakers. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the deputy ministers that have supported us in this venture. We shall close now. Thank you. Yeah.